All right, everybody. How you doing? It's News Debate. I am Lee. So many shows this week and weekend. Great to have you guys all here. Really, really, really appreciative of my Patreon supporters joining me right here at the top of the show. We have Patrice, who's too many P's. Patrice, who's a Patreon supporter at patreon.com/NEWZ debate, followed by Frankie J, who jumped into the show, another Patreon supporter, and Shannon, another Patreon supporter. Be like them and Better Vibes, Apostate Nate, Lola, Mojo, Sneaky Elbow, Ron, Natasha, Nick, MC Funk, Bjorn. I actually did, you might have seen, I did a special show after my show late last night that was titled Better Vibes Test Show. Better Vibes, for some reason, we couldn't get him in on Twitter Spaces, and we just had him uninstall Twitter, reinstall Twitter on his phone, and now he has no problems. So get more issues with Twitter X. But hopefully, Better Vibes will be joining us over on Twitter Spaces. Also live right now on stereo, live on twitch.tv, WZ Debates, and rumble.com/NEWZ Debate. These news debates. Patrice, we'll start with you. How you doing today? It's a little bit earlier than yesterday.
I am doing well, Lee. Great to be here.
Well, that's awesome.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, there you are.
I'm doing good. I'm sorry. I was eating a piece of bacon.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, it's that early.
Good morning.
It's still bacon eating time. Now, do you like
It is, and
the
it's Sunday.
crispy bacon,
Go
or
ahead.
do you like the more Canadian bacon-y bacon? Like you could have the same cut of meats, but you could make it crispy to the point that if you try to bend it at all, it just snaps. Some people like that. Some people like a little bit more of the, well, it's cooked, but it still resembles meat style of bacon. What about you?
I'm kind of in the middle. I don't like it real crispy because I think it takes away from the taste. It's like people that like burnt toast. But I'm kind of in the middle. I don't want it soggy either. So I watch it when how I cook it though? You got to put it in the oven.
Well, I
You'll
had
never
assumed
make
that
it
you
on the
put all the
stove.
cook in a bag because some time ago you told me about how the Thanksgiving turkey, Lee, you got to put it in a bag and you got to staple that bag shut.
With
But okay, so
staples.
you bake your bacon, so it's certainly not crispy.
Oh, you can burn it. You have to watch it. It's kind of roasting it. So you put the parchment paper on your cookie sheet and you put it in a preheated oven. I usually do it at like 400 and get it really going. But you have to watch it. You'll never make bacon on the stove again if you do that. And it lays
Lee,
all nice,
once you bake, you never go back. Never go back once you start baking. Well, that sounds
Yeah, and it lays all
delicious.
flat.
Feel free to
Yeah,
take a
it's
picture of
delicious.
that and tweet that. I like the pictures, Bjorn pictures of his pies. Frankie J posts his pictures of the weed that he used to grow in his backyard. And you might post some pictures of bacon. Great. Patrice, let's have some hot takes from you here in a bit. Let's jump over to Weed King, Frankie J. How you doing, Frankie? You got some football you're gonna pay attention to today.
Yes, Lee, I am very excited about the upcoming sport events this afternoon.
Well, that's great to hear, Frankie. Really excited for you. Go Bills. Maybe Frankie will join us a little bit later in the show. And Shannon, how you doing today?
I am Dandy Lee. How are you? I was debating whether to stay silent also, but
Yeah, it's kind of fun when I
figured you
wish
could
I
get some
had different
interactive.
voice things so everyone didn't sound like the devil. but I just have one, so everybody sounds the same. But you must be having a good time. You're like unwrapping all your Amazon gifts that Patrice sent you.
Yeah, well, there's supposed to be more coming all the way through next week. Supposed to be some coming today, some coming tomorrow, some coming Tuesday.
Can you give us a
Got some
preview? Like
yesterday.
what's one or two of the items that Patrice got for you?
The ones I got yesterday were like a new cane, a new brace, a knee pillow, some cat toys, a dog toy, a new leash for my dog. So my cats and
So
dogs are happy.
when you say a cane, Patrice is someone who likes nice things. So like I'm assuming she got you a cane that has like a sword inside of it.
No, I didn't choose a cane with a sword inside it. She just
Damn
went off
it.
my wish list. I should have, but
So
I
close.
don't want to be arrested. Yeah, I
Oh
don't want to be
no, you're right.
arrested.
It's
So no, it's
Connecticut.
just a
I wonder if Connecticut is that one of those states where if they catch you with a baseball bat in your car, they'll charge you with a weapon.
No. Massachusetts is pretty bad. You can't buy knives in. When I used to have a business, you can't buy knives in Massachusetts. It's very weird, even over the age of 18. Like I used to sell stuff
So
for altars, so they were like dagger sized. They're
okay, so
fixed blade dagger
you
sized.
could buy like a knife for a kitchen, but if you want to buy a
Right.
dagger, you got to leave the state of Massachusetts.
Yeah, or a sword or anything like that. Yeah, over a certain number of inches. It was very weird because I sold online, so you had to know the laws for shipping, and Massachusetts is pretty weird for some
Oh
stuff.
yeah, that's a good point. If you have any sort of small business and you're selling stuff, I mean, if you're selling dog toys, okay, 50 states and DC, all
Right.
on your list. But if you're selling anything interesting, yeah, I guess you got to pay attention. So
Of course
will you tell me again? You were selling daggers. You had a small business where you sold. Shannon is the most interesting woman in the world.
Yeah, no, I sold basically pagan supplies, so because a dagger's a useful altar piece, so
Ah,
that
okay, now I get it.
candles,
So when
tarot.
you capture your virgin, you sacrifice her with a really big dagger. So you get that from
That's right, because
Shannon.
animals are safe. That's right, animals are safe. People are not. No,
Yeah,
no,
pagans.
no. It was yeah. I sold swords or daggers too. Those were part of
Swords
where I got
or
my supply.
daggers? Is it
Yeah.
that a dagger is a short sword or is a sword a long dagger?
No, a dagger is well, I suppose you could consider it a short sword because I think it's anywhere between 8 and 18 inches, and then or 12 inches, and then it goes to sword.
Okay, so you have like just really long a sword, and then maybe somewhere between 8 to 18 inches is a dagger, and then less than that is it just a knife that you can just buy?
Yeah, I would think so. So, yeah, I can't remember the exact wording of Massachusetts rules on knives, but yeah, it's very weird. I mean, you could sell letter openers and stuff, but they're about the same size as a dagger, so I don't know why a dagger would be any different. Both are good at stabbing.
Once
So
again,
most pagans wouldn't stab anything because blood usually ruins a spell.
that's a really good point. It's not because stabbing people is wrong. It's not a moral conviction. It's like, man, I just bought all these really nice robes from Shannon's pagan supply store.com. And I just don't want to get, the virgin blood's really hard to get out. You got to get that like that extra fancy hide. So let's just not do any stabbing tonight. Wow, that's once again maybe on Monday. I sent you a few links. On Monday we could do a birthday show to celebrate Shannon, but also just to generally discuss birthday related things. one of those I want to discuss is the I don't have kids that I know of. Hey, send me a postcard if that's incorrect. But if you got kids nowadays, a lot of the time they say if you send invites to the school, or if you go to like a special kind of school, maybe they'll just say in general, but they're really starting to emphasize you got to invite everybody to the birthday party, like the whole class. That's something I'd love
Oh,
to
you're all
discuss.
invited tomorrow to my birthday party.
Yes, you're all invited. Bring your daggers. Bring a lot of paper towels. Sacrifice is going to have
Patrice
a lot of
is
blood.
correct. Once you bake bacon in the oven, you're never going back to the stovetop. Patrice is correct. Bacon is much better in the oven and easier.
Well, there it is. Not only can you give us dagger and sword and pagan advice, but you can agree with Patrice on that cooking tip. I'm not a big bacon person, so it's not like the biggest thing that I ever think about. Some people, they're like, oh, the crispier the better, and then I just slowly, that Homer Simpson gif where he walks backwards through the shrub, whatever I think it's the thing that blocks his house from Ned Flanders' house. That's what I do when I hear, oh, the crispier the bacon, that the better it is. I don't agree with that at all. Sports Rumble has sent me a weird cryptic. I'm not sure if it was speech to text, but he sent me a weird message over on stereo that I'm not sure what that means. Go ahead and leave a voice message. Maybe we'll get to the point you were trying to get to. I'm just very confused right now. Okay, it's News Debate. I'm Lee. Hey, Frankie is back. I don't have to pretend to be Frankie J. Frankie, say hello. What's up with you over in snowy New York State?
Oh, well, when I first put the show on, I was doing it got like to 9 degrees last night, and the temperatures are like 16 and 18. You got to start your vehicle every day, or, bad things happen. So I was going through the brush, the foot of snow off my car, getting it warmed up, letting it run. And I thought I heard Frankie J mention. So I'm like, well, I'll get inside and chill and engage. So I'm here until 4 o'clock, obviously, and just chilling. I'm laying in Epsom salt, coconut oil, and eucalyptus essential oil bath right now.
You're in the bath right now, Frankie?
I sure am. I love it.
I just, Frankie, I asked Patrice a moment ago to take a picture and post it on Twitter. Dare I say?
That's not happening.
Okay. Well, I asked. You got to shoot your shot. You're never going to get anywhere if you don't try. Yep. Now, Frankie,
it's easier
yesterday,
to get forgiveness than permission. What's that?
Yeah, that's right. Yesterday, you said, "Hey, Lee, don't schedule your show today too late," and that was good advice because there's football on. I wasn't even thinking. Did you say the Bills kick off at 4:20?
Yeah,
who schedules these games?
Eastern. I don't know. It's weird because, well, it used to be 4 o'clock back in the day. It was 4 o'clock. And then I think it's a lot of the pregame shenanigans, like the bands and the flags, and they don't show the anthems anymore for obvious reasons. So I think it says 4:25 kickoff.
Oh, okay, 4:25. I was just thinking, like, if they could just do everything out there to make kids giggle. It's like, yeah, we're kicking off today at 4:20 from the 69-yard line. Like, what?
Yeah, right.
Like, isn't the NFL supposed to be wholesome? I'm a little confused by this. Okay, so
the NFL turning into a circus.
4:25, not from the 69-yard line. All right, great. Thanks.
We got that established.
And then yesterday we heard Frankie's. I sent you the thing. I'm trying to think of the best name. So it's Frankie's Fast Football Picks. Frankie J's Fast Football Picks. Maybe we'll come up with a better name, but I think that's the one I'm thinking of right now. You picked the Chargers over the Rams, and then you picked the Bills over the
Bills over the Rams.
Oh,
and
Bills
the
over the Rams,
Chargers
Chargers over the
Chiefs.
Chiefs. Yes. Now,
Yep.
I disagree with you. I cannot fathom the Chargers beating the Chiefs, but okay, they are a lot better this year than they were last year. They have a lot of things going for them. And as we've discussed, the Chiefs are a very underwhelming, nearly undefeated team. So we will have to see when the game kicks off from the 69-yard line. Yeah. We have Better Call Sal, who's requesting to speak over on Twitter. Stay with us, Better Call Sal. Let's jump over to Stereo, where we're being joined by Bjorn, another patreon.com/NEWZ debate supporter. Bjorn, how you doing over there? Do you want to say hi?
CNN kind of catching the whole Syria situation. It's kind of interesting and wild, but I'm not sure if that's where you want.
Sorry, Bjorn. I had you down volume wise because I had to call you to bring you up, and then we had the Wi-Fi god was dropping a deuce on us. Can you completely start over?
Yeah, I was just saying, hey, how's it going, Lee? CNN, the Syria situation unfolding, which is kind of interesting to me. But yeah, other than that, things are going well.
All right, we'll have to take that. That was like half there, but it was much better the first time. I figured out the problem on my one device yesterday seemed to be that I need to switch to a different Wi-Fi network. I've never had to do that before, but I was scratching my head like maybe this will help, and it did seem to help. Stereo is running on a different device. As I've mentioned before, every time you simulcast somewhere, if you do it with physical hardware, you have to have a device per simulcast destination. If you do it with software, sometimes you can use the one device, but I've really simplified my simulcasting scheme, so I'm using one device per place. And maybe this device I'll have to switch over as well, because Bjorn, you're a little bit shaky right now. But let's roll the dice on this, and hopefully it will recover a bit. So that's Bjorn joining us over on Stereo. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. We're doing hot takes today. It's not anything specific. Like yesterday, we did Supreme Court related hot takes. Does anybody have a hot take that they want to go to right now?
I'm watching.
No, I'm searching right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Folding, so that's the hottest take on my brain right now. It appears that the rebels have taken Damascus, maybe to Russia. Some craft, but that's, I think, a little bit unclear at this point. But clearly, the rebels have taken Syria. Syria is no longer ruled by Assad. It's ruled by the HTC rebels, Al Qaeda folk. So, an interesting development. Don't know how that's gonna. You're a Hezbollah supporter, and because Israel fought Hezbollah, destabilized them, that made the rebels have a chance to take Syria.
All right. Like I said, we're getting, I think, 75% of that. I'm going to keep working on that, Bjorn, so stay with us. But I have this story now from Reuters. I'm going to share this over on twitch.tv/NEWZ debates and rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate. And I'm probably going to screw up a bunch of these proper nouns. Syria rebel fighters raced into Damascus unopposed on Sunday, overthrowing President Bashar al-Assad and ending nearly 6 decades of his family's iron-fisted rule after a lightning advance that reversed the course of a 13-year civil war. And one of the most consequential turning points in the Middle East for generations, the fall of Assad's government wiped out a bastion from which Iran and Russia exercised influence across the Arab world. Moscow gave him and his family asylum. So that's where he is. Okay. His sudden overthrow at the hands of a Turkish-backed revolt with roots in jihadist Sunni Islam. Oh, it's not a good detail. Limits Iran's ability to spread weapons to its allies and could cost Russia its Mediterranean naval base. It also may pave the way for millions of refugees scattered for more than a decade in camps across Turkey, Lebanon, and Jordan to finally return home. For Syrians, it brought a sudden, unexpected end to a war that had been in deep freeze for years. Hey, that's a fun way to think of it. With hundreds of thousands dead, cities pounded to dust, an economy hollowed out by global sanctions, and seemingly no resolution in sight. The Assad police state, known since his father seized power in the 1960s, is one of the harshest in the Middle East, with hundreds of thousands of political prisoners in its gulag melted away overnight. Bewildered and elated inmates poured out of jails after rebels blasted away the locks on their cells. Reunited families wept and wailed in joy. Newly freed prisoners were filmed at dawn running through the Damascus streets, holding up the fingers of both hands to show how many years they had been in prison. Oh, wow. That must have been an interesting sight. What else here? Shops and restaurants closed early in line with a curfew imposed by the rebels. Just before it went into effect, people could be seen briskly walking home with stacks of bread. It's a brisk walk. Earlier, the rebels say they had entered the capital with no sign of army deployments. Thousands of people in cars and on foot congregated at a main square in Damascus, waving and chanting, "Freedom!" People were seen walking inside the palace for the president, with some leaving carrying furniture. So they looted the palace. Oh, that's fun. The Syrian rebel coalition says it is working to complete the transfer of power to a transitional governing body with executive powers. The prime minister under Assad, Mohammed Ghazi al-Jalali, sorry about that, has called for free elections, says he has been in contact to discuss the transitional period. The pace of the events stunned Arab capitals and raises concerns about a new wave of instability in a region already in turmoil following the spread of conflict after the Hamas-led attack on Israel on October 7th, 2023, and the ensuing Gaza war. Jubilant supporters of the revolt stormed Syrian embassies in a number of cities around the world, lowering the red, white, and black Assad-era flags and replacing them with the green, white, and black flag flown throughout the war by his opponents. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu says Assad's fall was a direct result of blows. This is what Bjorn was saying. Israel had dealt to Iran and its Lebanese ally Hezbollah, once the linchpin of Assad's security forces, but pounded by Israel over the last 2 months. Hey, everybody, look at that. Israel does good. Why does everybody hate Israel? Why are they issuing arrest warrants for Netanyahu? Oh, hey, look at all the good they did. As these celebrations fade, Syria's new leaders now face the daunting task of trying to deliver stability to a diverse country that will need billions of dollars in aid. Son of a bitch. Well, I wonder where that money is going to come from. Wow.
That's hilarious when you say that. Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch. Yeah, it's always say, hey, Uncle Sam, you got any more money in that wallet of yours? Probably. I mean, I was going to spend it on Americans, but here you go. So Shannon has tweeted something about how Assad and his family are in Moscow. That's great. Patrice says that Biden will be speaking momentarily. Let me pull up this Assad goes to Russia story. Oh no. Shannon, remember when we were talking earlier about how CNN was going to start charging people for things, but only if you went there a ton?
Yeah.
I've just gotten now,
You
as I
got a
clicked on
paywall on Reuters.
your Reuters, that it says I have
Yeah.
to subscribe. I guess I've looked at too many Reuters articles today.
Let me find it somewhere else.
Yeah, Biden or Bjorn has also messaged me. It says Biden is speaking live right now. Let me see if I can. Oh, maybe I can pull this up on YouTube. Oh yeah, so the White House does a live stream. Hey everybody, look at this. It's squinty-eyed Joe Biden. Now, if he was Asian, that would have been racist, but because he's just a white old man, it's okay. See? See what I did there? All right, I'm going to throw this up on twitch.tv/NEWZ debate and also rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate. Oh, for some reason the audio is not working. Okay, let me try this again.
Against the invading Russian forces, inflicting massive damage on the Russian forces. And that has left Russia unable to protect its main ally in the Middle East. Excuse my cold. The upshot for all this is, for the first time ever, neither Russia nor Iran nor Hezbollah could defend this abhorrent regime in Syria. This is a direct result of the blows that Ukraine, Israel have delivered upon their own self-defense with unflagging support of the United States. Over the past 4 years, my administration pursued a clear and principled policy towards Syria. First, we made clear from the start sanction on Assad would remain in place unless he engaged seriously in a political process to end the civil war, as outlined by the UN Security Council resolution passed in 2015. But Assad refused, so we carried out a comprehensive sanction program against him and all those responsible for atrocities against the Syrian people. Second, we maintained our military presence in Syria, our counter-ISIS, to counter the support of local partners as well on the ground, their partners, never ceding an inch of territory, taking out leaders of ISIS, ensuring that ISIS can never establish a safe haven there again. Third, we've supported Israel's freedom of action against Iranian networks.
All right, it's news debate. I'm going to keep an eye on this Joe Biden speech. I like the way he said Hezbollah. I can't remember exactly the way he said it. I just said Hezbollah, but he was like Hezbollah. It was pretty nice. And excuse his cold. He's an old man. He's got the sniffles. Patrice tweets, Biden is in bad shape. Will he make it to January 20th? Yeah, no, that was I think we had this discussion with MC Funk on the show some weeks ago. Like, it'd be really cool if Biden resigned and allowed Kamala Harris to be president for, I don't know, a week or a day or something. But then we started discussing like, oh, then she's going to have to get the nuke codes, and it does actually throw a wrench into the system. So it would be fun, but it could really complicate things if anything happens. Plus, Biden would have to fall on his sword even more and resign. But I don't know. Let's keep an eye on this cold. This little sniffle that he has. Bjorn has tweeted that Biden definitely has Parkinson's. Jesus Christ. Lee, Biden definitely has Parkinson's. Wow. Okay. That was deep, Bjorn. I did not expect that. E2. What is that? E2 Brute? Is that the Latin phrase?
Are you saying Bjorn's stabbing you in the back? What are you trying to say there, Lee?
No, but it's like Bjorn's a liberal guy. And, like he might not like Biden the way that I don't like Biden, but like he's a liberal guy. And so, like, if the liberal people are like, oh no, Biden has Parkinson's, that's what I was like, you too, Brutus? You too, Brute? I feel like I learned that
Yeah, that
in
was
middle school or something. When they stabbed him all.
that was
right?
my plan. Yeah. Julius Caesar. Stabbed in the back by Brutus. Yes, to Brute. But forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, no, the Camilla
Maybe
Harris
Shannon
idea, that was
also
mine.
has
I said it would be
Parkinson's.
good.
I think that Parkinson's is
It
getting
could
spread
be,
through
yeah.
this live television broadcast. We're all getting it now.
Spreading. Everyone put on your mask. No. But yeah, the whole just so that Trump would have to redo his, merchandise because he likes his money. So that's why I thought Kamala should step in and Biden
did bring
step
that
down.
up that
Yep.
Trump would then be the whatever number president instead of the one he thinks he's going
48th
to be.
instead of the 47th. Yep.
Yeah. So everybody would, that would be really funny though if like Biden resigned and Kamala Harris became president, and then Kamala Harris resigned before they could announce a new vice president. So would it go to?
It'd go to Johnson.
Yeah. Oh no, that's not good. Yeah, and I was thinking Nancy Pelosi, but no, that would have been a different time back when that was possible. So okay, maybe we stop at Kamala Harris, but it would be cool if we could get like a couple in line to really screw with Trump. Like 7 different people had been president before he came in at the end of January. Okay, so Syria has had a change in governance, and Biden and everybody else is sort of like, yeah, finally. These are not liberal Muslims who just won this battle. So I am reserving judgment for a bit. Plus, as we all know, nation building, taking over a country and toppling its governments, whatever that government is, and starting anew is not the easiest thing to do, even if it's the right thing to do, even if it's the wrong thing to do. This I assume is going to be messy, and I assume America is going to have a lot of money going into this, unfortunately. And still, Israel's waging war. There's still stuff going on. It's not like this is the end. Yeah, this is complicated. And despite the fact that Reuters is now trying to make me pay money, we have seen that Assad and his family apparently are safe and sound. If you were worried, in Russia, along with what's his name, the whistleblower from the U.S. who now is a Russian citizen. Whew, that's a complicated one. Does anyone else want to throw in on this? This is a big story before we move on to something else. All right. Well, maybe before we move on, let's just check in and see what Biden is up to. I'm going to refresh to make sure we get the... Oh, he may have ended. Oh, no, he's finished. Okay, he's finished. So it's not live anymore.
Barely got out the door.
Okay, so he spoke for about 10 minutes, it looks like. A little less than 10 minutes. Yeah, okay. Well, I think we're good. We don't need to check back in with that. But he's done speaking live. The whole speech is available on YouTube, so you can check that out, and I'm sure they'll be reporting on it. If anybody sees any stories about something he specifically said in those 10 minutes, please tweet them like we normally do. We did get a message over on stereo. Let me check in on that. From Chris. Take it away.
I move on. I voted for Biden lied. It's blatantly obvious. Just yeah, you can shuffle on. Feel free, man. Feel free.
So what Chris is referring to is my stereo poll. As I've mentioned many times, stereo allows us to do a poll, and it's a binary, A or B. And so I said, I support Biden's pardon of his son Hunter, or Biden lied. Right now, there haven't been that many votes, but it's 100% Biden lied. Not a single person has selected, I support Biden pardoning his son. I There's been less than 10 votes, but I can't remember the last time there was less than 10 votes and it wasn't like 2 votes and it was 100% one over the other. I think that's very telling. I have an article here about how many Democrats are now just foregoing their personal shame and just saying, no, it's great that he pardoned his son. They should pardon a lot more people. And I can sort of understand that logic. Like, that's what Republicans would do in this situation. And I'm always saying that Democrats should fight like Republicans. So I can get that. But it just does sting when Biden continues and continues to just lie and lie and lie. And that's the best party we can hope for. If you want support for you and your family, if you're not worried about gun rights and you're not worried about this, that, or the other that conservatives usually worry about, but just your average American who wants some help and wants some nice things like they get in France or Finland or Italy or Germany or Japan or anywhere else, that's the best we get. Let's check back in with Chris on stereo.
Or were you are you keeping the same subject, or were you talking about what was going on in the background with the television show? Because I just got here, so I didn't. I thought you were changing topics in here. That's what I assumed. So they were doing something on the TV show you were watching. I guess I don't know. That's the problem with no history.
Yeah, Chris, you have hit the nail on the head. Social audio, you show up and you're like, what's going on? So what you just heard was not a TV show. It was a live broadcast from, I believe, the White House of President Biden talking about the fall of the Assad regime in Syria. It was about a 10-minute long speech, and he had the sniffles. That's basically caught you up. And we were talking about the fall of the Assad regime, and Bjorn and a couple other people messaged me and said, hey, Lee, Biden's about to speak live about this, and checked it out on YouTube, and there it was. So we can talk more about the fall of Assad's Syria, or we can move on to something related, like we could talk a little bit about the Hunter Biden pardon. This is a hot take show, so people just kind of tell me what they want to talk about. Bjorn, is that you?
No, that was just me. I'm making sure I didn't get plugged down on stereo. I have to unmute every once in a while, but yeah, I'm just I think Assad is like clearly a terrible person. I was just like Googling some random things, like he's killed 300,000 of his own civilians in the last 10 years or so, something like that, including using like biological weapons on children and things like that. So clearly a pretty bad dude, backed by Syria, backed by Iran, Russia, formerly Hezbollah. So, hated by the Kurds, Turkey, and America, ISIS, and Al Qaeda. I mean, if you look at like the diagram of like the Syrian conflict, it was like insane. So I don't really purport to be an expert about all those internal politics, but it's pretty wild. All of the things that kind of have led to this moment. So that being said, I'm not super excited about who takes over. So we'll kind of have to see how it goes in terms of like further destabilization of the region. I think that's the other concerning point is like, what happens? You know, there's all these refugees in other countries that have been, you know, hanging out, like in Lebanon, other places that are going to assumingly come back in, and like what effects is that going to have? So I guess we'll see.
One second. I pressed the wrong button. Son of a bitch. There we are. Okay. Great. Now we're back on stereo. Yeah, I agree with you, Bjorn. Well said. Shannon has tweeted a fun story about Peeps. So maybe that'll be our next hot take. And she also has her hand up. So we'll check with Shannon in a moment. But Chris has left another voice message. Let's hear from Chris on stereo.
That was my main. It was, I support Hunter's decision versus Biden lied. It was just a massive lie. It was his soapbox that he was standing on from the word go, right? And to just pretty much, he's eating his own shit sandwich. They're all eating their own shit sandwiches now, and it's fucking awesome. But I understand. I get why you would pardon your son, because he's your son, right? That just makes sense logically, because you care for your son. I get it. But he still lied his fucking ass off. Just way too much militant profiteering, right? It's just, even if I'm not an expert on it either, but I think we all know at the end of the damn day that that's the main cup of tea. Like that's the shit we're all drinking in. That it's, you know, it's death for money, money for death. That old chestnut, and it's a shame. No, it's more than a shame. I just said it so offhandedly. That's a shame. That's fucking horrific, man.
If memory serves, on a South Park episode, they had an election between a giant douche and a turd sandwich. And I can't remember which one won. But that kind of feels sometimes, despite the fact that I side with the Democrats usually. I'm a liberal guy. It does feel sometimes like that. Made me think of that when you said shit sandwich. Okay, so in the docket, in the queue, we have this Peeps related story, which is a fun one. Who doesn't like Peeps? We won't get to it necessarily exactly right now, but it's in the list. I'd like to continue the discussion about Hunter Biden. Shannon, your hand has been up patiently for a bit. What's on your mind?
I'll just step away for a few minutes. See if you can hold off on my story. Amazon just came, so I have to go downstairs and take my dog out and bring the packages up.
Yeah. Shannon
On a Sunday.
Christmas Patrice has arrived at Shannon's house. Yeah, this is on a Sunday.
Christmas Patrice has. I want Patrice to, dress up in a Santa suit and come over.
I'm just really excited for you to unwrap your new cane that has a sword inside of it.
So I will be back in a few minutes, but I will raise my hand when I'm back. If you could just hold off on doing my story.
Yeah, we'll do.
Awesome.
Or
because I got a hobble, so.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Yeah, or is it a dagger?
Recently,
yeah, I got a hobble, so it might take me a few minutes.
Slow. Yeah, that'll be the big reveal. Is that, does the cane have a sword in it, or is it a dagger? Ooh, that's a thinker. Okay, so let's jump over here, and we discussed Hunter Biden previously, sometime in the last week. I can't recall, but there is an update to this. This is from ABC News. I'm going to share this on twitch.tv/NEWZ debate and rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate. Why Democrats now supports the Hunter Biden pardon. For months, President Joe Biden was clear, despite his constitutional right to pardon people of crimes, he would not issue a pardon for his son, his remaining son, Hunter, who was convicted earlier this year for illegally purchasing a firearm and pleaded guilty to tax evasion and filing false tax returns. But on December 1st, the president went back on his word, issuing a full and unconditional pardon of the younger Biden Frankie has just tweeted, piece of shit, totally. Yeah, not going to get much argument from me, Frankie. The pardon covered, this is the interesting part. The pardon covered not only the crimes Hunter Biden has been convicted of, but also any quotes, offenses against the United States, which he has committed or may have committed or taken part in during the period of January 1st, 2014 through December 1st, 2024. Politicians on both sides of the aisle were quick to condemn the pardon as self-serving, hypocritical, and the public's reaction hasn't been much better. Only 34% of Americans approved of President Biden's decision to pardon his son, while 50% disapproved, including 35% who strongly disapproved. But what's interesting is back in September of 2023, only 13% of Americans said they would support the president pardoning his son. So that's more than doubled. And 72% said they would oppose it, with 56% who strongly opposed it. So if you dig into the polling, ABC News writes, you can see that this shift was largely caused by Democrats. In 2023, Democrats opposed a Hunter Biden pardon, 64% to 21%. But now, 64% of Democrats approve of the pardon and 21% disapprove. It literally flipped. So how did that happen? It's possible that Donald Trump winning the election affected that. Trump has promised to prosecute his political enemies. So this is what they're saying now, is that Biden pardoned his son because it's his son, but they're wondering if Biden's going to go on a pardon shopping spree and just pardon a bunch of people so that Trump can't prosecute them. During his first term, Trump also pardoned several political allies. That's very normal, not out of the ordinary. And President-elect Trump has promised to pardon January 6th rioters during his upcoming second term. So Democrats may feel that Biden's pardon is mild in comparison. Some people may also be buying President Biden's arguments that his son was treated more harshly because he was the president's son. ABC News also suggests that it's possible Democrats have become more open to Hunter Biden's pardon simply because their president says it was the good thing to do. Voters change their opinions about things based on the cues of trusted elites, according to political science research. So when Joe Biden said he would respect the judicial process with regard to his son's conviction, Democrats agreed with him. And now that he's changed his mind, well, Democrats have changed their mind too. All right. So I think that's all we need from ABC News. Yeah, this is really disturbing for me. I think it clearly shows why you cannot trust Democrats in the White House, and I do not encourage anyone to vote for Democrats in the White House anytime soon. For the foreseeable future, do not vote for Democrats in the White House unless somehow they really, really let someone in there that is worthy, but I don't see it happening. But at the same time, you have the Republicans, and I don't support them either. And third parties, while technically you're voting for someone who would be better, there's the whole argument that your vote really doesn't count. And okay, I think there's some gravity to that argument. So what the hell do you do? What do you do? And I'm always telling Republicans or Democrats, fight like Republicans. And what would Republicans do right now? Donald Trump would totally pardon his sons, his daughters, his sons-in-law, daughters-in-law, whatever it is. He would totally do that. He's pardoned his son-in-law's father, who now he wants to be the ambassador to France, I believe. So Republicans would totally do this. So I guess since the Democrats have already pissed me off and pissed off many Americans by pardoning Hunter Biden, maybe they should just pardon everybody, and they should go for bust, go for broke, like just do it all. I guess since they've started this, might as well finish it out like a Republican. I don't like the middle ground, and I like the I'm not pardoning my son because I'm not a liar, and I said I wouldn't. So we've already crossed that bridge. That's not a possibility. Why don't they just pardon everybody? I kind of think maybe that's better than where we are now. At least they'd be fighting like Republicans, and they would actually be making some progress. Frankie J tweets, I get jail time for just fighting a few cops and punching their squad car, and Hunter Biden gets pardoned. Joke. Well, Frankie, that's where I do disagree with you. In a very different circumstance, I think you could have been shot dead. And to be honest, I'm not sure I would have felt too badly about it. If you start punching cops, I don't have an issue with them using force, maybe even deadly force, to defend themselves. It's kind of hard to ask cops to take punches, even if the person doesn't have a knife or doesn't have a gun. Although technically, if they're just punching you, don't pull out the gun and shoot them in the face. But I think in many ways you got off pretty well in that exchange, Frankie. So I'll disagree with you there. But certainly your dad is not pardoning you. I'll agree with you on that one. Hey, Shannon tweeted, just a few packages to get to my apartment. Look at all these packages. I'm going to share this over on twitch.tv/NEWZ debate. And yeah, there's no addresses, right? And rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate. Why is this so zoomed in? Zoom out. Yeah, no addresses. Good picture, Shannon. No addresses. Look at this. Patrice Claus has outsourced her Santa Claus operation to Amazon on a Sunday. Look at all that. That's looking good. Great job, everybody. Okay, it's News Debate. I'm Lynn. We got a few messages over on stereo. And we're eventually going to get to Better Call Sal, who's been waiting very, very patiently. We'll hear from her from the country of Ireland here in a bit. Let's jump back to stereo.
That's the huge rub right there. Any crimes that he may have committed against the United States. So there's the whole clean slate. And I think the deeper issue was there's some major, nothing less than treasonous crimes that he was committing and profiteering with foreign governments that are, in essence, have no healthy interest in the assistance of America being anything less than a pile of ashes as they, take care. What have you? That treasonous shit that got swept under the rug, but it's still getting swept under the rug. But when it does come to light, hopefully it's so severe that that it was the exact same percentage. It was 64% anti, and then it was 64% pro. Well, someone sent them one text message, and then they all just got right back on the bandwagon. Oh, this is what we're doing today? Okay. That's a puppet string just getting yanked. That's funny as fuck. 64, you say? It couldn't be more. Oh my lord! I figure that's what that might even be done. There might be this huge blanket wave, like here, all you idiots that that obviously were treasonous are forgiven, and there'll be a laundry list of motherfuckers too. But at the same time, you don't want your name on that list, because if you're not brought into light, you may never be brought into light. So there's a rub there. So I don't know if that's going to go that far, but I could see it.
Yeah, thanks for all the messages, Chris, over on stereo. Okay. Unless anybody has anything else to add specifically about Hunter Biden, we can move on to other stories. And let's move on to hearing from Better Call Saul from Ireland. Thanks for waiting so patiently, Better Call Saul. What's on your mind? I'm going to approve you as a speaker on Twitter Spaces.
Hey guys. Yeah, I'm currently sitting. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm currently sitting in my car. We haven't had power since Friday night, or electricity since Friday night. And I'm currently sitting here listening while I'm charging my phone. And
So
it looks like it's good.
You mentioned that before, and I'm surprised I didn't ask why. So that's my fault. But why have you not had power since Friday night?
Okay, so little geography lesson. When hurricanes develop on the way to, because they develop in early March and they cross the Atlantic towards you guys. And then they either don't hit you or they come up your east coast, and then they travel across the Atlantic towards us, and they rebuild in strength as they come across the Atlantic Ocean. But we don't call them hurricanes, we just call them storms. They're not actually even, in fact, hurricanes by the time they hit us. They are actually storms. And the ones that don't make landfall in America still cross the Atlantic and come up around because of the North Atlantic current. They're pushed towards Ireland because the North Atlantic current moves up during winter. So those storms then hit us. So we had a large storm here on Friday night. It was horrific. Storm Dara. But I mean, even in saying that, I mean, the last storm that hit, which would have been the tail end of the one that destroyed North Carolina during the summer, that hit us. That was still at 180 miles an hour winds. We still get those high winds. So yeah, we were hit on Friday night by Storm Dara. It wasn't due to hit us till 9 o'clock. Our power went off at 7 o'clock. And then they told us yesterday that it'd be back by 7 o'clock yesterday evening. And now they're telling us, well, it was supposed to come back at 7 o'clock this evening, and it's now 7:15. So it hasn't worked. They're now saying that it could be days before we're back up. So that's why we have no power.
I just found this from the BBC, and you say Dara, and I thought like DRA, but it's DARRAGH. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So the BBC title says 2 men killed by falling trees as Storm Dara rages. So unfortunately, there has been a loss of life. That was as strong winds and heavy rain continued to rage across the UK. So Ireland, not part of the UK, but very, very close proximity.
Oh, but yeah, I'm literally on the west coast, and it hits us first.
Yeah.
So it
gusts of up to 93 miles per hour. This is the BBC.com website, so that's why it says miles per hour. Battered some areas earlier on Saturday as the storm caused significant disruption in South Wales, Western England, and Northern Ireland, with many train services and flights canceled. Yes, an amber warning for further wind remains in place. So yeah, they're wondering what else is going to happen. Throughout the day, hundreds of thousands of homes were left without power, like Better Call Sal's. With more
Uh-huh.
than 1,000 engineers deployed, thousands are still without power supply. Yeah, a man died in Birmingham after a tree fell and hit his car on Saturday. In Lancashire, a man in his 40s died after a tree fell on his van.
Yeah, sounds about right. I don't know if we've had any loss of life here in Ireland. I would have thought I would have heard about it because we know everybody in Ireland.
Lee, I know everyone in Ireland, and we're all good. Part
Only
of the
4
roof
million.
was blown off high school in Dumfries in Galloway, Scotland.
Yeah, I don't know about Ireland, but we would come under RTE News.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah.
Although weather
yeah,
conditions
RTE.
remain poor, the UK has passed the peak of the strongest wind. So, yeah, it looks like there might be some continued issues, but you're past the worst of it.
We're past the worst of it. Yeah. And then if it doesn't blow itself out, it might come back around. So it tends to hit the Norwegian countries, and then it can swing around again, can come back around by France, and it's all to do with the currents.
Yeah, no, you got those currents down. Yeah, I didn't know about any of that. I just got to say, man, reading this is hilarious. All of London's royal parks were closed on Saturday, including the Winter Wonderland attraction in Hyde Park. Horse races planned for the afternoon in South Wales were abandoned due to the weather.
Yeah,
In
everything.
Northern Ireland, Christmas events have been canceled this weekend. Like, I'm sorry, this is just so dandy. Listening, like, oh no more Christmas events, and the horse park has been canceled. Belfast City Council said its Christmas market would be closed on Saturday, while the Enchanted Winter Garden events at Antrim Castle Gardens had been canceled for Friday and Saturday. Wow, this is disastrous.
Yeah, it could be worse though.
And get this, Storm Dara is the 4th named storm of the season, following Storm Bert and Stone Connell, Conal, Connell, Bert, Connell, and Dara. This is so darling. Oh.
Yeah, sometimes the storm can be classified here, and then it can be reclassified in England, in the UK.
Of course. Well, I'm sure Ireland and England have their own classifications for the. Yeah, I get there's some bad blood there.
Well, not necessarily. It's just we like to be stubborn about things. We are Irish after all. But I have to say the night sky is absolutely gorgeous because it's completely dark where I am. And the night sky is gorgeous.
So another question. So you said you don't have power, but you're charging your phone. So how are you charging your phone?
I'm in my car. The cigarette lighter, Jack.
Oh, you're in your car and you're charging your phone so you can listen and call into the show. Well, hot damn.
But actually stay sane. Yeah, I can stay sane and talk to somebody outside of the cats and the dogs and whatever else other vermin are hanging
And the
around.
leprechauns. I mean, there's a few leprechauns running around. It is Ireland, right?
Yeah, okay.
Cats, the dogs, the leprechauns. So when you're in your house, do you have just like portable flashlights? Do you have candles? How are you getting around at night?
Well, this morning I went out into the garden and stripped all the solar lights and dragged them into the house. So I've all the solar lights are now inside. So, and I mean, I have an iPad and my phone, so we can watch Netflix, and it's just a matter of keeping it charged, which is what I'm actually doing. As well as charging my phone, I'm charging a battery pack. Because sanity is important to me. Well, my sanity, not other people's sanity, but my sanity is important.
Because it's England. You guys care about mental health. No, I get you. Wow.
We're
So
We're not.
any indication? Well, you're Ireland. Okay, so you're very far Western Europe, so far that you're not technically connected to Europe. But do you have any indication on when power might be restored?
Well, I just literally got a message from a friend who said she was listening to the radio and it could be later this week. So I'm not quite sure. I'm really not. But then again, it's Ireland. They like to give us bad news, and then when the good news comes, it's great.
So does that mean that like tomorrow will businesses not be open because it's not just homes that don't have power? I assume anything in your area doesn't have power, right?
Well, it can be guaranteed that the city that I'm 20 miles from, well, it's not even 20 miles, it's about 13 miles. It's about 20 kilometers. I have to convert back to miles. I'm sure they have power. I mean, they have hospitals and things like that. It's the rural areas. And I am literally out.
So even though Ireland's a very, very small country, your rural areas are the ones that are probably just like in the US, they're the ones that get the last repair jobs. So the cities probably are all fixed up and you're just out in the middle of nowhere. So it takes a while.
Yeah. I mean, my local school, which is 2 or 3 doors up, they probably won't be in tomorrow because they have no heat in the building or lights or whiteboards or anything like that. Yeah, it's just, do what you can during the day. And I mean, I'm okay with losing power. I have a stove that'll I can cook on. I have a gas hob with a gas barrel. I can cook on that. I have a portable camping gas. I'm very ready. I have enough candles that could, light up. Yeah, my house it's not that dark. It's just a bit cold and a bit awkward.
I like that. Lee, everything's okay. It's just a bit cold and a bit awkward. Like that's a great description.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with it. It's it is what it is. I can't do anything about it. I don't know about main power cords or electricity or anything like that.
Well,
So
no, I'm
there's
sure
nothing
most people in the developed world are. I mean, I couldn't. If my power went out in the house, it's not like I'm going to go out and fix it.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing I can do about it. So why stress?
Hey,
I have enough clothes.
Why stress?
I have a way of heating water. My stove heats the water, so we can have showers and. But yeah, I mean, because I've been in the car most of the afternoon.
Oh, really? So that's what you've been doing is sitting there charging your phone, and so
charging.
You have to turn your car on every once in a while so you don't drain your battery.
Oh no, I'm literally sitting in the car with the heat on full blast. Yeah, I'm nice.
Okay,
and
yeah.
warm
So
and
you're
toasty.
just running the car. Yeah, that's
I brought a tray. I have snacks and I have a cup of coffee and oh yeah, I enjoy my comforts. But yeah, so I have an iPad. I'll watch something on Netflix, or if all comes to all, I'll just go to bed.
Wow. Well, you are rocking it like a true survivor. It sounds like the zombie apocalypse has hit Ireland, and you're just hanging out in your car.
Yeah.
This is great. Yeah, you're all set up except if it was a zombie apocalypse, you need some of those American guns to fight them back.
Yeah, no zombies are going to come out where I am. I mean, I've always believed that we've been always been self-sufficient. We grow our own vegetables. We, things like that. But when it comes to power and water, we're screwed. There are a lot of houses. I've noticed. I went for a little drive earlier on. There are a lot of houses that have solar panels on their roofs, but they still don't have any lights on. I don't understand that.
Yeah, that's interesting. They would have to. I don't have solar panels, but from what I remember, you have to have batteries, because if you just have solar panels, they can work when there's sun. But then if you want to have completely off the grid or just be able to save some of the energy you collect during the day, that has to be stored in batteries. And so maybe they're not using the batteries because it's not that big of a deal. Maybe their batteries aren't. I mean, there's a bazillion different ways, but you're right. You would think if you saw enough solar panels that would be the house that had power, and clearly that doesn't seem to be the case. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's something you still need. You still need the electricity to be on, because a lot of people in Ireland sell their electricity back to the electricity board. So I think the meter still has to be on. So maybe it's that.
Professor D, who has also requested to speak, we'll get to you, as well as Acid Cortana is ahead of you in line. Professor D, I appreciate it. He has tweeted a question. Professor D asks, Better Call Saul, a lot of houses in Europe don't have central air. Is that true?
That is absolutely true, Diablo. I know Professor D. We don't. I mean, for crying out loud, it's only recently, I mean, literally in the last 15 years, that it's just getting hotter and hotter and hotter. In Ireland, it just seems to be stifling. And I'm sorry I didn't put in central air. But we do have portable air conditioners that tend to be left in one room, and if we get too hot,
you just
cool
put
down
an air
there.
conditioner in the window, or you can even really professionally do it and kind of put like a hole in your wall or something and fit it in.
Yeah, we don't even have that. They're literally portable air conditioners, like a dehumidifier or something like that. But no, it's only really been in the last 15 years that it's getting stiflingly hot during the summer. I grew up in a 300-year-old house. I told you that last week. And that was heavenly.
Yeah, it's a house that's right next to a giant castle, right?
Yes, I meant to send you the photograph of the castle. And if it got too hot, we would just go inside, and it was nice and cool because the stone walls were 3 foot thick. So it was really nice and cool inside. And yeah, in November, if it was warmer outside, we would just open up the front door and let the warm air in. Because it was impossible to heat that house. But yeah, I'm sorry we didn't put it in central air. But it wasn't a thing in 2000 because we built this house. I was already prepared for electricity. I just wasn't, for not having electricity, I just wasn't prepared for the stifling heat of the Irish summer.
Yeah, I think you're right, though, when it comes to Europe. My experience is traveling in Europe, a lot of houses, even the newer ones, haven't made the decision to put in central air, which is something a lot of the times you'll see in the US, or you'll see sort of older versions of that, depending on how big the house is. And so that is, that's actually a big difference. Even in areas of the US that are not like desert, you'll see air conditioning more than you will in Europe. Now, I'm sure that changes when you get to like Italy and Spain, because they just, for a long time, and it's worse now, but for a long time, they were known as the warm parts of Italy, or sorry, the warm parts of Europe. But I would say just generally, yeah, air conditioning is more of a new world thing. Like, yeah. Although it's interesting in parts of Australia that I have visited where it does get cold. Sometimes they will have a combination air conditioner / heater, like 1 unit. But those are the few parts of Australia that need that. So yeah, I think air conditioning just as a norm is more of a thing in some parts of the world and not others, even if they do match each other on wealth and social services and technology and stuff. It's just sort of a cultural thing. But as you've pointed out, Better Call Saul, as climate change continues to F with the world, maybe that will change, and you'll see new construction starting from the very beginning with central air, and or older houses and really old houses, maybe retrofitting them in. But just as someone who's had both experiences, there's nothing wrong with just putting. Sometimes they don't look great, so you got to kind of figure that out. But actually, if I had a choice, I think I'd rather take room air conditioner units than a central air system, even if it's one that you can change the temperature from room to room, like it's really, updated and stuff, because it's just so easy to turn on and turn off a wall unit than it is to try to do the whole house. I really like the wall units. I think they're useful, and you can just turn them off and not have to worry about it. With central air, especially depending on which kind of central air you have, that can it just seems like you're burning money, throwing it out the window. So, but Better Call Sal, give us a final thought for now. I love hearing this story. I'm sorry it's happening to you, but you definitely have the right mindset, and the way that you're charging your phone and hanging out in your car is just adorable. So I really appreciate you telling us this story.
I'm also charging my battery pack, which is seriously heating up the attachment into the car. So yeah, I'll sit here. I mean, I'm at 88%. And the battery pack is nearly done. There it is. I probably shouldn't be on my phone while it's charging. Apparently, it's not good for it. But I'll just go stir crazy. Oh no, that was a car. I thought the lights came back on. It was a car coming up behind me.
Yeah, now we're getting into that zombie territory. Oh, what was that? No, it's just a car. Oh, what was that? No, it's just a leprechaun. It is Ireland.
Yeah, I've never seen a leprechaun.
I kid. I'm sure that's an old joke, but I just got to tell you, man, it's not like the leprechaun is known in Ireland and also in France. Like growing up, I knew the leprechaun was Irish, and there was no like, oh, is it also from Scotland? No, just Ireland.
No,
so I just got to get in those digs.
Not the Americanized version of leprechauns. I mean, the story of the leprechaun went to America and came back to Ireland like this fucking freakish thing. No, they just hoard gold, and I don't even think they go bigada.
I didn't even know they did that. I just knew that they had lots of gold. They wore green. They're really short, and they have a breakfast cereal. Leprechauns.
Yeah, we can't even get that stuff in Ireland because it's full of additives.
Any American product, oddly enough, Lucky Charms, which is the leprechaun cereal in the U.S., is not allowed in Ireland because it's terrible for you.
Any American food we get in Europe, because I mean we have Reese's Pieces and Hershey's and all that. We have all of that, but it's produced just outside. What's that German air base? That massive German air Ramstein. Is it?
Yeah.
Yes, it's produced for the American. It was originally produced for the American soldiers in Germany, and then it spread across Europe. So we do have American products here, just not your American products, because we can't sell them here in Ireland or in Europe because most of them are banned.
Yeah, that's right. God damn it, son of a bitch. Sucks to be American.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Better Call Sal, it's always great to hear from you. Thanks for filling us in on what's been going on with you lately. Best of luck going forward. We hope that your power will be restored as quickly as possible. It's always a pleasure to hear from Better Call Sal on the show, and everybody is welcome on the show. Request to speak, leave us a voice message on stereo. I have a bunch of people waiting to speak, so we are paying attention to you. We'll get to you here in a moment, but we do prioritize our Patreon supporters, patreon.com/NEWZ debate, like Patrice, like Shannon, like Frankie J, like Bjorn, who's joining us over on stereo. So if you want to have the co-host status that Patreon gives you, throw me a few bucks every month on patreon.com/NEWZ debate. Yes, Frankie, your hand is up. Then after that, we are going to hear from Acid and Professor D, and we're going to get to messages over on stereo.
I was just thinking of the movie Wayne's World. I'm the leprechaun. I'm the leprechaun. But it's funny what happens on a Sunday afternoon. You got Better Call sitting in her car. You got me soaking in a bath, and it's weird things are happening. So good show.
Yeah, this is great. That's actually right. So Better Call Sal, and then she let us know that she's probably going to go because her phone was charging or whatever and didn't want to have it explode. Oh no, Better Call Sal is back with us. She dropped out, but she's here. So she's in her car. Frankie is in a bathtub. You might have missed that at the top of the show, but Frankie's in the bathtub.
Well, I'm out now.
Oh, you were. Damn it. Okay, so for a moment, Frankie was in the bathtub. Shannon has been receiving packages that Patrice. So it's very back. Is that you, Bjorn?
I'm on my way to get dim sum. I'm driving in the car to pick up the in-laws who are visiting, and we're going to go dim sum. So that's what I'm up to.
Yeah, and Bjorn is dim summing with the in-laws. That sounds fun. Didn't expect that one coming. But yeah, no, it's funny. I could hear the difference in the in your audio. So it sounds like maybe you're in a car. Sometimes you can pick up on that because the microphone changes. But you don't pick up on that when someone's in their car and they're just sitting there, like Better Call Sal, and there's no microphone difference when Frankie's in a hot tub. So sometimes the audio cues you in to what's going on, and other times, no, you have to weave that picture for me. You got to kind of put it together, guys. Come on, give me an idea of what's going on. All right, let's jump over here to Acid Kritana. By the way, great name. Acid Kritana, you're up next. After that, we'll hear from Professor D, and we'll go back to stereo as we have some messages. Acid Kritana, great name. What's on your mind? It's News Debate. I am Lee. Let's see here. I think... Yeah, you're accepting the speaker role. It's taking a few moments. All right, not sure what's going on there. We'll go ahead and throw up Professor D in the meantime. And why don't we hear from Professor D, and then we'll hear from Acid a little bit later, maybe. All right, Professor D, you are a speaker. Thanks for joining us. What's on your mind?
Oh, I thought somebody was going to speak before me. I thought it was going to be Acid. I wasn't.
Oh, it was. Yeah, we just were having a problem getting Acid up. So we'll have Acid on, but you're first.
Okay. Well, first off, I want to say hello. I want to say hello to Better Call Sal. It's been a while since we've spoken. So when you say hot take, what type of hot take are you talking about? Like, do you mean like political? Do you mean like societal? Do you mean like pop culture? What do you mean?
I think all of those would be acceptable. We like the news is right in the title, but it has a Z, so we do focus a lot on kind of mainstream news, like political updates, government updates, even entertainment, movies, stuff like that. But it doesn't have to be. Your hot take could be like, hey, this is happening in my area, and then I'll try to find like a local story on it to give some context. But yeah, shoot for the stars, Professor D.
Well, I guess something that's been on my mind. By the way, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound fine.
Can you hear me fine? Okay. So I don't usually like coming into a space disclosing my sexuality, but I mean, not because I'm ashamed of it. It's just I don't think it's a number one. It's not really relevant. But something that I've noticed is that I kind of wish that the LGBT community would just calm down. I think that there's a lot of tribalism. I feel like there's a lot of cutthroat. I feel like there's a lot of resistance to work with heterosexual straight people. And saying that seems it's blasphemy in the LGBTQ community. But I watch the news and I see the way people react, and it's kind of gaslighting, because I'm thinking, is this just like cherry-picked Republican propaganda, or is the gay community really gone this insane? Because, you know, there's always people on TikTok who are going to act like assholes. You know, I don't know if this is a good topic, but it's something that's been on my
No,
mind
this
a
is
lot.
fascinating. This is great. I'd love to discuss more of this. Can you give us? Are you in the U.S.? Are you in Europe? You know Better Call Saul, so I'm not sure where you are. Give us a little bit of context.
Well, I'm in North Carolina, and I have to be careful how I say this because I actually am a college instructor. So I'm just going to say I live in North Carolina. Just, you know, vague.
Perfectly acceptable. And then, so you identify as as a member of the LGBTQ community? Do I understand correctly?
Well, you know, I do, but in a lot of ways I don't. Like, obviously I'm gay, obviously I belong to the community, but there seems to be this pendulum swing in which we want to villainize everybody who's straight, everybody who is cisgender. I don't even like using the word cisgender, but I'll use it for all intents and purposes.
Oh my gosh. Professor D, we had this conversation yesterday. Someone was engaging with me on Twitter during the show, and I kept saying, you know, call into the show and give us your perspective. And they gave a few reasons why they didn't want to do that. And I said, that's fine, but the offer is always on the table. And they were trying to correct me that I should say cis. And I said, well, I mean, doesn't the entire LGBTQ community operate on the you don't tell people how to identify? So it just seems odd to me that people are telling me that I'm cis when I say I'm just a man. I understand what cis means, but that's not how I identify, and that's not how I'm going to describe myself or other people who don't specifically tell me that they're a cis man or a cis woman. And it just struck me as odd why it's so hard for some people to understand that I also have an identity and don't want to have something forced on me, just like they have an identity and don't want to have something forced on them. So sorry to interrupt you, but the things you just said, I'm just like, you know, I'm just like pumping my fist, like, yes, like tell me more.
Right. And you know, the thing about cisgender, like saying that, it doesn't just alienate biological women, but if the narrative is that trans women are women, then if you just call trans women women and then you refer to biological women as cis women, in a way you're saying that cis women are different as opposed to what? So I don't know if that makes sense what I'm saying. When you say cis woman, you're still indicating that there's a difference between trans and cis. So it's like self-cannibalizing in a way. I don't know if that makes sense what I'm saying. It's like they want to say.
I totally get it. So if I can elaborate, and if this makes sense to you, if we just call everyone women who identify as women, it makes sense because that's the people who call themselves women. I can understand that logic. But then, like you said, it can alienate people who were born women and identify as women their entire lives and have never had any doubt about that, and they're being lumped in with people who are very different than them. No judgment, just they're different, right? So then you have to start thinking, okay, well then, are those trans women, or are biological women who identify as women, are they cis women? If you say trans women and cis women, I think that logically makes sense, because women is in the title for everyone, and you're identifying trans, so there's different biology there, and you're identifying cis, which is basically a stand-in for biological. Cis women, biological women, it's the same thing, but I think people sometimes are more comfortable with cis rather than saying biological. Some people really don't like that term. But then if you go ahead and say cis women and just women, that's really kind of a kick to the stones. I know cis women wouldn't have testicles, but it's really a kick to the crotch for biological cis women, where when you're adding a word to them, and then people who have made a transition and are not genetically women, they're just referred to as women. So it gets really confusing. I can sort of understand the logic of each situation. So maybe there's not a good catch all system that's gonna, well, there's definitely not a good catch all system that's gonna make everybody happy. But at the same time, it goes back to what I said previously. If someone identifies as a certain way, that's the entireness of the LGBTQ community, is that they want to be accepted for how they identify. And it just seems so counterproductive that they can shout, not everybody, but many people shout and really demean people who don't agree with the way that members of the LGBTQ community identify them. So it makes sense to me. I think I'm following you in every step, Professor D.
Well, and I am going to get off in about 10 minutes because I got to grade some papers. And I will listen. But, the thing is, do you know what queer theory is roughly? Have you ever heard of it?
I don't think I do. I could guess, but it's not ringing a bell.
All right, so I'll put it in simple form. Queer theory, which was developed in academia, is the idea that we live in a society that everything is built and pre-planned for straight people. We have this idea of man, woman makes baby, the nuclear family. And the queer community posits that we need to deconstruct these structures. We need to deconstruct cis woman from but my thing is, I call myself a post-queer theorist, especially after the what I call the woke is dead movement. And by the way, I'm a Democrat, but that's neither here nor there. But my thing is why do we as a community have to keep deconstructing every little thing? Why can't we work? Why can't we live in harmony? There's no need to constantly antagonize and constantly deconstruct. There are certain things we can deconstruct, but I don't understand why we can't just work with straight people and not create issues. Because I'm going to tell you, and this is going to be a hot take, and the LGBT community would put my head, they would make me do the walk of shame like in Game of Thrones for saying this, but I do not believe that every straight person is homophobic. I would even go as far as to say that I believe there's a lot of Trump voters who are not homophobic. I think that I don't want to put too many rose-tinted glasses on, because of course there's homophobia. I'm sure in the backwoods of Appalachian, I'm sure Westboro Baptist, but this idea that everyone we meet, we must treat them as if they're a potential homophobe, we need to stop it. Eventually, we just have to accept that while we did have a turbulent past, and yes, there are, quote, bigots out there, in general, a lot of people either openly support the gay community or they just literally don't give a fuck. And I fear that this constant antagonism is going to result in a backlash. And I think that we need to really have discussions with straight people. And again, they would make me do the walk of atonement, strip me naked, walk down. But it's just how I feel.
They shout, shame, shame,
shame, ding, ding, shame.
Well, exactly what you're talking about, some of the repercussions of this shaming of people to get on board with every little thing. And if you're not an ally, you're an enemy, or you're an agitator, right? Silence is violence. I mean, these are the things that people are really pointing to after Kamala Harris lost, which is, I'm a Democrat. That's how I phrase what just happened. I do not think Donald Trump won. I think Kamala Harris lost, just like I think Hillary Clinton lost. Donald Trump did not win. And if you think about why that is, Kamala was a very flawed candidate, let's be honest. But It's just this. I don't know if it's the best way to describe it, but it's this talking down to people. It's this focus of Democrats, despite the Democrats are the party of like, let's try to fund education a little bit more, and let's try to have a little less guns, and let's try to have a little bit more help for people who need it. And maybe that means a little less open control for business and a few more regulations. But, I say a little bit because the Democrats are not like liberal parties or left parties in Europe. They're our version of that, and that's the best that we can get. But rather than focusing on like, why don't we help poor people, which often includes a lot of people of color, or why don't we just help everybody and respect everybody? I know these are just kind of wide, platform issues, but why don't we focus on some things that people can actually get their head around, rather than talking about tribalism and really, really bringing up transgender issues all the time, even though that is such a small portion of the United States population in any way that you cut it up. Why don't we focus on more wide-ranging issues that could affect more than half of the people, and maybe mention trans issues from time to time, right? So that's what I'm getting from what you're saying, is that why so much a focus on this from the left when clearly it does not work. It's one thing when you're in power to bring these things up and to point out the problems that exist, but when you're running for office and the economy, every election is the number one issue. No matter what's going on, it's always the economy. And then it's this, and then it's that. It's never trans issues. Now, the Republicans, they do their part. They will bring up trans issues because they're against them, and they'll try to use that to get votes. But that's in addition to talking about the economy, and in addition to talking about immigration, and in addition to talking about this, that, and the other. It just is very frustrating as a liberal person in the United States. And it seems like, Professor D, you and I agree that even though I identify as a straight man and you identify as a member of the LGBTQ community, we're both kind of frustrated with this forced pay attention to this, pay attention to this, when people really care about the basic issues. And unfortunately, that means Republicans will win. It means that Republicans will continue to be in the White House. Even if they have a razor thin majority in the House, they will still have a majority in the House. They will still have a majority in the Senate. And what does that do? Oddly enough, the more Democrats seem to talk about LGBTQ issues and shove that down people's throats, the worse you could argue it gets for members of the LGBTQ community, because Democrats are not in power to help them out. So oddly enough, maybe if you're a little bit less, over the top for the LGBTQ community, in the end, you might be able to help them more.
Right. And I'll say one last thing and I'll let Shannon speak because she's got her hand up. And I want to be like respectful of that. I'd love to hear what she has to say on it. But I think that the LGBT community is being used for political power. There's a lot of, again, I'm not trying to oversimplify it. I'm aware that there are homophobic people. I get it. And a lot of gay people would say, that kind of attitude is what could lead to a backlash. Well, you know what? Maybe, but I'll tell you what will lead to a worse backlash. If a regular average Joe or Jane who just works at a factory and comes home just has the simple question of, well, a biological woman, a trans woman isn't, like, just genuine curiosity or just genuine ignorance about a lot of stuff. The answer isn't to cancel them and dig into their job and try to destroy them and try to paint them as a Nazi. It's not going to work. Like, if the LGBT community, I feel, wants to prevent a strong backlash, they just need to accept that, hey, this isn't the Reagan administration anymore. Like, I mean, we've reached an area where I would like to think, I go to my dad and mom's church. I'm not particularly a super religious person, but when I go in there, I really, really, really do not feel as if everybody wants me to go to hell. I'm sure there are people in there who think I'm going to hell, but you know, at the same time, I'm like, well, I probably am going to hell, and it has nothing to do with me being like gay. So I don't know where I'm going at with it, but I just feel like the gay community needs to have more discussions. And this will be the very last comment I make. I'm going to tell you a story, very brief, about how I almost pissed off the whole LGBTQ on Twitter. I remember I was walking during Pride Month. No, it was like July 1st. So Pride Month had gone on clearance. And I picked up this candle and it had all these LGBT flags on it, and it was pride scented. And I took a picture of it and posted it online and said, well, it's still capitalism. I'm just saying, like, capitalism is what produced that candle and I'm just throwing that out there. But
I love the line
anyway,
that you just threw out there that people might have missed. You said Pride Month or Pride went on clearance, like went on sale. That's so funny because it's like Halloween or Thanksgiving or Easter candy. It's like, well, they still have it. They have to sell it. And that was some of the pushback. Stores are not so pro LGBTQ during Pride Month anymore because I think, okay, there was some unreasonable pushback on that, but also just because it's Pride Month, like, do they have to have an entire display? Like, some of it does go a little bit too far, just like you could go too far with Halloween or you could go too far with Christmas or anything else. It just seems like it's escalated over the past several years to the point that really?
They would argue that, well, Halloween isn't the same thing as human rights. And, I agree, but can we just have like one, like, okay. And Shannon, I really do see you. I got a great papers. But like, instead of just having a whole exhausted month of it, let's just have one day where we fucking explode with rainbows everywhere, like
Pride
gay
Week?
Christmas.
Pride Week capped by a
I would
Pride Day.
Oh no! I would just agree with a single Pride Day because I feel like whenever you isolate it to just one day, it has more meaning instead of Alistair. Stop! Is my cat. He loves the Christmas tree. But yeah, I just feel like that this inundation and it's something that I call soft totalitarianism. It's like peace and love, but fuck you is the way it comes off, and that's not good. But and final thought, I'm not giving sympathy to Republicans. I think there's a lot of issues in this country, and for Nancy Mace to go up there and just start ringing off about bathrooms nonstop, I'm like, okay, but people are starving in this country. Okay, Shannon, I'll let you speak.
Professor D, everybody. Hail the D. And yes, I'm aware of how that sounds. That was great. Great to have you, Professor
You can take
D.
me off.
Yeah,
How do I get off speaker?
Oh,
How
yeah,
do I get off speaker?
Just mute yourself and I'll figure it out. You just mute yourself for now and I'll take care of it. Thank you very much. You're more than welcome to come back anytime. It was great to hear from you, and thank you to Better Call Sal or whoever it was that you saw here in the room, so that you decided to pop in. That was great. It was really, really refreshing. It was I think an important opinion, an important discussion that I would love to have more of here on the show. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. We're going to hear from Shannon, and then we're going to throw up Acid over on Twitter Spaces, and then we'll go over and there are some more messages from Chris on stereo, but we've already heard a lot from Chris. I'm trying to get in some more voices. But Shannon's one of my supporters at patreon.com/NEWZ debate. And I guess she's back from unpacking all of those Patrice Amazon packages that went to your house. Shannon, what's on your mind?
Almost. I'm trying to figure out how to cut open a package right now because it's a memory foam, but they, took all the air out, so it's really small. But then they encased it in plastic, and I'm trying to cut it without cutting the memory foam.
So you take your cane,
it's really
take
tight
it apart,
around it.
you pull out the sword, and then you use that to cut open the memory foam.
Professor, it was very nice meeting you. I think we should make all homophobic people go to Penzic, which is kind of like a Renaissance fair on steroids. It happens in Pennsylvania once a year, and the entire population of this city goes up by 10,000 people for 3 weeks because we all gather there and fight and do stuff. But the after hours would just blow the mind of anyone that's homophobic. I think we should make everyone go to it. because you could see them fighting in the battlefields, all day, and then the after hours is much different. Anyone who's homophobic wouldn't make it very long.
So you said this is a fair? I'm not familiar with this.
Yeah, it's like a big Ren fair. It's huge. I mean,
But
you
so it's a
camp there for
Renaissance
3.
fair, but it's like a gay Renaissance fair? That sounds awesome.
No. Most Renaissance fair people are either bi or gay or this is some part of the LGBTQ community. It's pretty hard to find someone who's not male or female.
I gotta say, I've never thought that, but now that I think about the clothes that people wear, it's starting to make a little bit of sense. Let's be honest.
Yeah. It's a big draw to that community. And trust me, they can fight just as well as anyone who's straight. It doesn't make a difference.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
But
they do the fighting. Yeah, they do those reenactments,
yeah,
right?
the jousting and fighting and because it's basically a reenactment between Scotland and England. Usually, it's the North Kingdom versus the South Kingdom, but it's basically a reenactment of
So
Scotland
Renaissance
versus,
fairs are just cosplay of Braveheart? Is that what you're telling me?
basically. Well,
Wow.
that's basically what it is. I mean, we have our own kingdoms. We don't use the names of the history. We have our own kings and queens on either side, but yeah, it's basically the Scottish versus the Irish, so or Scottish versus the English.
It would
Scottish
be really
and Irish
funny
versus
though
England.
if they went full gay Renaissance, and it's like, this side bring your queens forward, and this side bring your queens forward. Wait, why are there no kings? Oh, gay-naissance.
Yeah, and I say this as a straight woman that goes to them, so it's what it is. I mean, have I been hit on? Absolutely. Do I find it flattering? Absolutely. It doesn't matter. You can find me attractive. I just might not find you attractive. That's the only.
I like that. You could find me attractive. I might not be that into you. But that, once again, that's why you need that sword in your cane. So when you're walking around at the Gay-Naissance fair and then you find yourself, you're not paying attention, you wander into some reenactments, you can whip out that sword and say, on guard, you queen.
Don't do much talking while fighting.
Yeah, that's a good
Because
point.
it's big
There probably
battles.
was
It's
not
like,
a lot of talking on the battlefield. That's a very good point. Yeah, fair enough. You can tell I've never been to a Renaissance fair. Wow, so Renaissance fairs.
I
are
mean, there
really
was
gay. I had no
talking,
idea.
like when I was doing the New York Renaissance Fair and stuff like that for the jousting and stuff, because you have to egg on the crowd and get to it. So there was talking in that. But with the Pennsic Fair, that's different. There's not really a crowd to get riled up. You're all riling up each other because you're all fighting.
Well, I can tell that you know way more about this than I do, because the more you talk about it, the more you're losing me. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah. Oh, all right. This is great. This is great.
Well, yeah, like
perspectives.
Renaissance fairs you would go to in your normal towns. Like they would have, they have a big one in New York. They have a big one in Massachusetts. I know there's one in like Nevada that's really huge. But those, you get other people, you get, normal people that go with their families and they do shows and stuff like that. That's different than like Pennsic, where you stay for 3 weeks. Everyone stays for 3 weeks.
Okay,
Most
so
people
one is
stay for 3 weeks.
like sort of like a
A
state
day trip,
fair
and the
for
other one.
Renaissance, and the other one
Yeah.
is like Burning
Yeah.
Man Renaissance or something. Like you go there and
Right.
Woodstock for Renaissance.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how the town does it. I mean, their population grows for 10,000 for 3 weeks, and they make special considerations for this fair that we have in Pennsylvania every year.
Yeah,
I
they'll have,
can't
like,
do it anymore
the
because
most queens
way too much
in
walking.
a
But
single zip code in like the entire world whenever the Renaissance fair rolls in.
I mean, the two groups I went with that I shared a tent with, they were all poly, so they're not couples, they're triples. I don't know what because there's
Wow.
3.
So you
It's
stayed
poly.
you stayed in the key party tents where there's just a big bowl and you put your keys in there when you walk in.
You'd just be surprised who wakes up in your bed.
And I got to tell you, I had no idea this is what Renaissance fairs were. I thought you just go and see people dressed up like Robin Hood and the Merry Men, and then you just maybe saw a battle or two and had some like old style food and what do they call the old beer? Um,
You're not talking about mead, right?
yeah, like mead or something like that, right? But wow, no, there's
Yeah, mead is
a lot
honey wine
more.
though. Yeah.
Whatever it is, the
Well,
old
that's what
style
everyone.
alcohol.
Anyone that's not employed or goes to like Pennsic wouldn't know the after hours stuff that happens because you're only seeing the daytime stuff. That's family friendly. There's not a lot of like. There's no kids at Pennsic. I
So
think
what
the
you're
youngest is
telling
like
me is
16.
that when the sun goes down at Pennsic, just get the hell out unless you're not one of the
No,
chosen.
stay. That's the whole point. Stay and be merry with everyone and be
Stay,
gay.
be merry, but put on one of those like plastic suits that people wore during COVID when they had to give you the COVID test from your car. Just like cover yourself in PPE and just walk around and experience it. Yeah. Okay. Well, I have added something to the list of things I need to do before I die. So thank you for that, Shannon. Really appreciate that. Frankie, did I say, did your hand go up for a while?
Yeah, I just wanted to give you an update. Pittsburgh is launching on Cleveland right now, 20-7. Russell Wilson's having a great game.
This is the Browns, right?
Yeah, the mistake by the lake.
Wow, that's a good name for that. Yes, I will. Yeah, I'll probably have to watch some highlights. The great thing about the NFL, whether or not you have their NFL Plus or whatever the hell that thing is called, on their just NFL YouTube account, whatever that is at NFL, I'm not sure. Just search for it, you'll find it. They do a 10 to maybe 14-minute clip of the highlights of every game every week. So the games I don't watch, I'm lucky if I watch one game a week. But as the season is progressing, it's getting more interesting. So I'm trying to watch at least one, maybe two games a week. But they always do the highlights. So the one that's going on right now, clearly I'm not watching that one. But we will get highlights of that on YouTube. And I got to tell you, the highlights sometimes are better than watching the game, especially if the game is not an interesting one. Like, who wants to sit there for several hours and see the Panthers play the Patriots or something like that? The highlights are really
the Panthers are actually beating the Eagles right now.
Oh, well,
And they
whatever
suck.
the situation
So-
is, the Panthers have
Yeah.
not been good as of late. So I just chose a random
all.
team. But maybe I'd say,
I
who
hear
wants
ya,
to
I
see
hear ya.
the Saints play the Patriots? Or, now Tampa Bay is
Nobody.
not very good. So
Well,
those sort of
Lee,
games.
that's why the NFL put into effect years ago the flex option. So if there's like a primetime game near 3/4 of the way through the season, like the Patriots versus the Jets are scheduled to play Sunday night, they can flex that game back to a 1:00 game and put a better game on primetime. Like if the Bills and Chiefs were at 1:00, they would put them on at Sunday night and flex it. So they do that, but it's hard to do. Like this week, I looked at the schedule, and the only two games I found interesting was the Kansas City game and the Bills game, and that's out of the AFC and NFC. This is just one of those weeks where all the games suck. So
yeah, and
I'm just
I
watching
really
it because it's on.
only want to see the Bills play just because I want to watch the Bills. I'm not too interested in them playing the Rams, but I am interested in just watching them play. I think the Chargers Chiefs game, when it comes to both sides of the field, I think that's a more interesting game because the Chargers are. I'd rather watch them play than the Rams, to be completely honest. Even though the Rams have an interesting coach, like you were saying, they have a fun enough, good enough, although getting a bit older and getting banged up, Matthew Stafford. But yeah, sometimes you have if the Bills are playing the Jets, aside from the fact that it's kind of fun to watch Aaron Rodgers' house be on fire, or if the Bills were playing the Patriots, I'll just go back to the Patriots. Like I would still watch that because I like the Bills, but if anyone else was playing the Patriots, I'd be like, no thanks. So yeah, I'm
I'd rather
looking
watch
forward.
paint dry.
You'd rather watch what?
Paint dry.
Paint dry. Yeah, paint dry. That anytime the Patriots are playing, paint dry is a compelling option. So we had Frankie J's. Oh gosh, let me think. It was Frankie J's fast football
got it,
phone
Pete.
picks.
Frankie J's fast picks of the week. Let's call
Okay,
it that.
Frankie J's fast picks of the week. We're still working on the name. We had them yesterday. He calls my voicemail message, and then I play it at the top of the show every week. And that number is 320. Ooh, let me find that. 323-250-0867. 323-250-0867. You can send me text messages during the show and I'll read them. You can send me voice messages during the show and I'll play them. You can also send voice messages and text messages when the show is not live, and I'll play them on the next show. So yesterday's show, we played Frankie's NFL picks, and he's picking the Bills over the Rams, which I agree. It would really surprise me if that was not the case. But he chose the Chargers over the Chiefs, and I'm picking the Chiefs over the Chargers. I think the Chargers are a fun team, but they're not the Chiefs right now. They're not even the Chiefs that are kind of underwhelming despite their record. I'm taking the Chiefs in that one. So we'll have to see how that works out. Oh, Better Call Sal has tweeted Storm Dara. Wow, some video over here. Gosh, beautiful. Say what you will about Ireland and the UK. They have some beautiful scenery, geology. I'm not sure how to describe it, but just the country looks beautiful. There's so many parts of the US that just flat and boring. I would never describe Ireland and the UK that way. So that video looks great. Thanks for that, Better Call Sal. Let's hear now from Acid over on Twitter Spaces. We tried to check in with Acid earlier, and there was a mic issue. Acid, you've been waiting patiently. Really appreciate that. I've just made you a speaker. Go ahead and unmute yourself and let us know what's on your mind. And then after that, we'll check in with Chris over on stereo.
Yeah, it finally worked. So I don't know how much of a hot topic it's going to be, or hot take in this space, but from what I've noticed about me talking with a bunch of people on the internet, looking around, it's apparently a hot take for me to say that men are more likely to be victims of domestic violence.
Wow, shots fired. Didn't expect that one. Yeah, I've seen data that actually they don't like to promote because it's counter to in the US to the Democratic message. But in a marital relationship situation, women are more likely to initiate violence than men. That has been shown to be the case through scientific investigation. Is that what you're talking about?
Not just that, but I'm 20 years old right now, and I've been researching it basically almost my entire life. Probably the topic of domestic violence specifically since I was like 10 to 12 years old, and I've been obviously my profile says MRA, so I've been an MRA since I was like 8.
Can you tell me what MRA means? I'm not familiar with that.
Men's rights activist.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so you're a men's rights activist.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, well, I want to hear more about that as well, but please continue.
I like you.
Thank you.
Frankie has found a friend.
Yes. I follow back anyone who follows me too. So anyway, there's this one study called the Feber bibliography. I hope I pronounced that right. Also, you said my name right at the beginning when I first came on here. Most people don't, but you said it right, so thank you for that. Anyway,
can you remind me of what I said? So I said, give me a second here. I said acid Kratana. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Take that. Yes. Acid Kratana. Awesome. Continue.
The Feber bibliography, the most recent one from 2014 shows like over 300 studies and stuff that either show domestic violence is equal or that men are more likely to be victims of domestic violence. And this is from female to male. When you look at like gay men that are the victims of domestic violence, they are the least likely to be victims of domestic violence, while lesbians are the most likely. And there's this other study by Whittaker, like Daniel J. Whittaker. Let me see if I can find it in my pile while I'm talking about it. But basically, it found that half of domestic violence is both parties are abusive towards each other, and most of the time, the woman is the one who initiates it. When there are initiators, and for the other half that isn't, that's one-sided. 70% of the abusers are women, and this is according to both men and women. For women, it's over 60% who say that the women are abusive in one-sided DV relationships, while men say it's like over 70% of them or 80% of them saying it. Sorry, it's taking me a fat moment to find it, but that's what I have to say on it.
No, that's all right. If you have something else you want to find that you just want to dig up really quickly, I've just asked ChatGPT, which is, of course, not an ultimate resource, but is very good for this sort of pointed question thing. I said, basically, how does domestic violence work statistically for men versus women? And it says some studies suggest that men and women report similar rates of perpetrating physical aggression in intimate relationships. However, it differs depending on the situation. Women are more likely to report engaging in situational or reciprocal aggression, so slapping or pushing during a heated argument. So what I take that to mean is confirmation of many studies that I have seen, and what you're just mentioning now, Acid, is that if you're going to just talk about physical violence, women are more likely to engage in that than men. But as we'll get to in a moment, if we're talking about murdering someone or really beating the shit out of them, that's when it comes back to men. So men are more likely to commit severe acts of violence that result in serious physical injury or death. Female perpetrated violence often occurs in self-defense or as a response to ongoing abuse. So while they are more likely to engage in violence in general, there may be some reasons for that. And once again, men less likely than women to engage in physical violence in a relationship. But if you're going to be murdered, it's more likely to be by a man. And then there's a bunch of other information. But yes, this is the inconvenient truth that many Democrats in the United States just don't even want to talk about, because this is not new. For some time now, research has shown that all things being equal, women are more likely to start violence physically in a relationship. Men also, it mentions down here, are less likely to report that because of ongoing stigmas about reporting that your girlfriend or wife, whoever it is hurting you physically versus the other way around. Yeah, this is fascinating stuff. Please continue, Acid.
So I love that you actually bring that up, because when I've looked into research that talks about it, sorry, I can't put the hand thing down on my end, so I don't know if it's still up for other people. But anyway, I'll say the study real quick. It's by Daniel J. Whittaker, Tadeusz Haliosis, Michael Swan, and Linda S. Saltzman. It's called Differences in Frequency of Violence, a Reported Injury Between Relationships with Reciprocal and Non-Reciprocal Intimate Partner Violence. And this is specifically between heterosexual relationships with, one second. It's like, it has over 11,000 respondents. Anyway, so on that whole thing, I looked into the research, and most of it is based off of small studies that are specifically like battered women. So it's not even looking at the general population, and most of them do hit back in self-defense. However, and I've seen this before my own eyes too, every single time I've seen a woman hit a man, it is not because he hit her or abused her first. It is because she is the abusive one. And that's just, me saying that. But even research shows that men are more likely to hit back in self-defense than women are. I can't remember the study right at this moment, but there's a website called Media Radar. It's like respecting accuracy in domestic abuse reporting. And there's also the Partner Abuse State of Knowledge Project. Both of these look at domestic violence, and the Partner Abuse State of Project shows that when people report their own perpetration of abuse, women report like 28% of them are abusive versus like 21 or 18 or 19% of men or something like that. And while women are also slightly more likely to report abuse against them, however, women are vastly more likely to report being perpetrators of abuse. And looking at the whole murdering thing, women are generally more likely to take avenues such as poisoning or hiring a hitman. And when they hire a hitman, generally they're not actually listed in the domestic violence deaths of like murders
Oh, because
statistics
they didn't do it. They hired someone else to do it.
themselves.
I
Yeah,
don't
they
know
hired
for a
somebody else.
fact, but I gotta say, if I'm just reading that someone's spouse poisoned them, I'm guessing it would be a woman. I agree with you there.
Mhm.
That doesn't. I feel like a man would just beat the shit out of you or shoot you.
Yeah.
And hiring a hitman, like
My ex
once
used to be that way.
again, like I feel like a guy would just kill you. Sorry to give my own opinion on this, but like what you're saying, even though I've never seen this before, it just makes sense. I think there are certain ways that people kill each other and certain ways that people will attack each other, and some of them are favored by men and some of them are favored by women. I know this is a really weird thing to say, but what my point is that as you say these things, I don't see them, I can't confirm them, but they make sense, right? It's plausible.
Mhm. Also, there's this one study. I'll look it up while I'm talking about it. But one second. So one second.
So while you're looking this up,
I found it.
oh, you got it. Okay, you got it. Sure.
Okay. You can say your thing real quick while it's loading.
Okay. So yeah, my question is, this might be a little too long to go into now, but looking at you mentioned your account profile, and sometimes I check out people's account profiles when they're talking, sometimes I don't. I did not look at yours at all. It says 20 years old, 5'2", female, multiracial. These are all things that if someone had on their profile, I would never guess in a million years are followed by men's rights activist. So at some point, I'd love to hear how that happened. As a 20-year-old, 5'2" woman who defines herself as multiracial, to be a men's rights activist, that is really fascinating. But you can get to what you were just looking up.
Okay. So this is the last thing I'll say on it, besides the couple of other things on domestic violence that I have in my head. But it's called Domestic Violence Related Deaths, and it's by Richard L. Davis. And basically, he looks at people who committed suicide because of domestic violence. Like, usually they're the ones being abused. Sometimes a perpetrator will kill themselves, but vast majority of the time, they're not actually going to kill themselves when they threaten to kill themselves, right? I know this because I've been in a relationship with like 2 or 3 men that abused me, and they would say, "Oh, I'm going to kill myself. Oh, I took drugs because of you, blah, blah, blah." And they never actually did. Anyway, so this study found that when you actually look at suicides as well, men are vastly more likely to die from domestic violence. There's another study, it's like on Chilean students specifically. I have it somewhere in my stuff. Someone can ask me for it too.
Yeah, no, that's
if
okay.
I
Well,
can't
I
find
think
it right now.
we've had a lot of studies, and I talked about ChatGPT that seems to verify some of the stuff that you're saying. So I unless someone else specifically has a question, I think we've established that a lot
Yeah.
of research shows that this general politically and media driven narrative that men are the ones that people have to be afraid of and not women is not true. There are certain things that men are more likely to do, but there are a lot of things that you have just outlined, and I read from ChatGPT that women are much more likely to do, and that includes just violence in general. So all of that being the case, I am really interested, especially you said you've been in relationship with men and relationships with men when they abused you. So it's really unfortunate to hear that. But to go from someone who is being abused by men to identify as a men's rights activist, once again, this is really fascinating. Can you kind of describe to me how that happened?
So, this is gonna take me a moment to say it. So if you just want to cut in to bring up something, you can. But anyway, when I was like 8 years old or so, my mom raised me to believe that if a woman hits a man, he can hit her back on the first hit. Basically, if you want to hit like a man, like basically hit a man out of nowhere for no reason, you deserve to get like punched back if you punch him. And she told my brother outright that if he ever got hit by a woman and he needed to hit himself back in self-defense, she would support him, and I would too, still to this day. And when I was like, so in school, I grew up on computers, all right? I'm a part of that generation. I would like look up the random stuff, and I didn't know the term men's rights activist back then. And you know the International Men's Day infographic that details all the issues that men face, like 80% of the homeless, stuff like that.
I do not,
that was
but
the first.
I have heard that homeless men are often sort of not taken as a priority because they're not the person people feel sorry for. You feel sorry for like homeless children, homeless families, homeless women, homeless men. They're kind of last on that ranking. I have seen stuff like that before.
But yeah, that infographic was the first one that actually gave me a whole bunch of like reasons why men have it worse. And also, when I was in elementary school, I don't know what year it was, but there was a poster on the wall talking about specifically like rape against women, and I was like, yeah, women should get help for that. But I was shaking my head because it only talked about women, and I was like, men get raped too, because I understood rape to be non-consensual sex. And when I was like 13 years old, there were also like 30-year-old men from different countries. I don't even know how many were actually from the US, but there was one from like Scotland. There was a couple from like the Middle Eastern countries, stuff like that. They would send me pictures of their penis, and they knew I was 13. So a couple of them thought I was 14 years old, and they would try to get me to date them and stuff. And I didn't know it was like bad at the time. For some reason, I guess nobody ever taught me at that moment that, hey, if an adult does that to you, ask for help. And I still experience gender dysphoria. I am a biological female, and I do experience gender dysphoria. I am choosing to live as female, however, and to see if ending up muscly will actually make me happy. So I am working out a bunch for that. And when I was identifying as male, and I could make myself look like a dude, I never took testosterone or anything. But I could make myself look like a dude, and people actually thought I was one, and they were just like, wow, your voice is pretty high. Anyway, and I identified as gay at the time. I now identify as bisexual. And there were both men and women who would try to sleep with me when I was like 14, 15, 16, 17 years old. And these were all adults. And some of them would actually, like, some of the women tried to force me to penetrate them, which really upset me. When I told people about it, when I was still identifying as male, the way I got treated was absolutely fucking horrible.
I'm sorry to
And I can see why
interrupt
so many
because
men don't talk about it.
these are very deep stories, and
Yeah.
you know, I'm sure people are having various reactions to hearing all this. But my question is, how did this happen? Did I miss a step? I apologize. I have many different things going on. Maybe I missed something that you said, but you're young and you're getting all of these different people who are trying to have sex with you. How is this happening?
So I was on the internet, and it was called like live.me. That's when it first started, and men would send me pictures of their deniline. And then I went on like this one thing called one second. You know Among Us? Oh yeah, it's called like Among Us Friends or whatever. That's where a
Okay,
couple of
so
them tried
some
to do
sort
it.
of online thing, and this is
Yeah.
why some countries like Australia, I believe, has just banned the use of social media by people younger than 17 or 16 or something like that. I can't recall
I
exactly.
agree with that.
There are a
I
lot
agree
of
with
real
that.
dangers, but you mentioned something about these adults that were trying to have sex with you, and you mentioned something physical, and that's why I was a little confused, because that would go beyond meeting them online. So were you meeting people in person as a
Um,
14-year-old, 13-year-old?
no, no. Most of the people I would talk to online were in different countries, or they were in different states, and I generally didn't at least I was taught this much: don't tell people what state you're in when you're a child. I might have told them the state, but I definitely didn't tell them
So
the city.
maybe I misheard something. It sounded like it entered into physical
I
connections, and
think what you
so
heard is I didn't physically transition. I think that's what you might have heard.
I thought you said something about penetrating, and then I thought that
Oh,
doesn't
forced to
sound like
penetrate, yeah.
internet. So
No,
I don't need to focus on this, but that's what my
yeah,
question was.
yeah. No, they were trying to force me to penetrate them, these women, because they thought I was biological male.
But how does that happen if you're meeting people online?
So when I was like a minor, and these people all knew I was a minor, they would talk to me and ask me to specifically like have sex with them by penetrating them, and I'd be like, no, I'm not okay with that.
I just
And
once
they keep trying
again,
to push me.
maybe
Wait,
we
wait,
can move on, but I keep asking the
yeah.
same question and I don't seem to be getting it across very well. So how do you do that if you're only meeting people online, which is what you said these relationships were? So did you meet some of them in person? I'm just
Oh no,
confused.
I never did anything in person with them. I think that's where the confusion came from. They would try to get me to do that though.
Okay, but then you're like, well, we're not meeting, so clearly it cannot happen. Okay. So let's move
Yeah.
away from some of these descriptions of sexual acts or relationships of minors with adults, just because I think that that is something that is a little risque to be doing. But I
Yeah.
appreciate the fact
Sorry.
that you have no. I appreciate the fact that you're telling your story, but I think at least myself, I've understood that that was going on. So that was
Yeah.
going on, and then you're now a men's rights activist. I'm still a little confused how that jump
Mm.
happened, even though you did describe growing up about how if a woman hits you, you're allowed to hit back. But how did that turn into, because someone who identifies as a men's rights activist, from my perspective, is someone who is really into men's rights, as opposed to someone who sees the nuance of domestic violence like we were discussing before.
So, I forgot to clarify that part, but when I started researching this stuff, I actually tried to create a term on Urban Dictionary. I don't know if it ever actually went on there. I tried to look it up, but I didn't know the term men's rights activist, so I tried to call myself a masculinist and create a definition about how they care about equality. They just focus on men's issues and stuff. And then the R men's rights subreddit, I ended up joining that a while ago on one of my accounts. And that it was created in like 1 second. It was created in 2008. So I was probably like, when I joined it, it was probably 14 to 16 years old. So I've always advocated for men, and even in schools, I would go around talking about men's issues. And there's actually this one time in elementary school where this girl was telling this boy, a boy can only hit back after the third or fourth hit. And I went up to her as a little girl as well, and I was like, no, boys can hit back on the first hit. And she looked at me like I was ruining something.
So that goes
And I was
back
like,
to what your I think you said your mother had told you about, if a woman hits you,
yeah,
you can hit back. But I'm
yeah.
still, is it that you've mentioned gender dysphoria? Is it that you have identified as a man or a boy at certain times in your life? Do you think that has to do with this? Because I still like
A
all the
little bit.
things that you've said about men are often victims of domestic abuse, and the data backs that up, and women are more likely than men to actually initiate physical violence. The data backs that up. I'm still missing that jump to men's rights activism, because that is a very specific thing. So as you just mentioned, it may have to do with the fact that you yourself identify as a man sometimes.
Well, I mean, in the past I did. I no longer do that. Like I said, I still experience gender dysphoria, but that definitely helped in me identifying as an MRA when I was younger, and still as an MRA. So I technically advocated for men since I was like 8 years old, and it was before all of these things that happened. Sorry about the whole life story thing, but it was before those that I actually started advocating for men. Ow, hit my computer. But I would see all sorts of things like the suicide statistics. the homelessness statistics, and then people would go around saying, oh, women have it worse than homelessness. Oh, they're more likely to attempt suicide, which is false. Men actually make more serious suicide attempts, while women are more likely to make suicidal gestures and stuff. And I found out it was like, eh. And then people would go around saying stuff like, oh, one of women's top causes of death is being killed by a man. It's like, no, it's not even on the top 10.
So yeah, the great thing about the internet and ChatGPT is that a lot of things that people can say about anything, you can fact check them very quickly, and that's why I use mainstream news sources or mainstream sources of research as well as ChatGPT on my show to try to do that in real time. So let's focus back on men's rights movement. And so MRM, according to ChatGPT, I'll share this over on twitch.tv/NEWZ debate and also rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate. The men's rights movement is a social and political movement that focuses on issues and challenges perceived to disproportionately or negatively affect men and boys. Advocates within this movement often argue that gender equality efforts have overlooked or marginalized men's issues in areas such as family law, health, education, and societal expectations. Family law is an interesting one because growing up, if my friend's parents were divorced, they always lived with their mom. So it's not as if every divorce the father is abusive. That was something that was clearly in favor of women because children should grow up with their mother, but hopefully that's changed because they should grow up with someone who's going to take care of them the best, that sort of a thing. So you don't have to be a men's rights movement advocate to understand and agree that there are some things that do favor women over men. So key issues highlighted by the men's rights movement: family and parental rights. Yep, like I just talked about. Male victims of domestic violence and sexual assault, which we've been discussing. Workplace and legal inequalities. So hazardous working conditions disproportionately affecting men, construction, military. Criticism of policies like alimony or child support can feel unfairly burdensome for men. Education and socialization. Academic underperformance of boys. More women are going to college now than men. Is it because women are smarter than men? It could be, or there's some other things going on. Critiques of how boys are socialized and disciplined in educational settings. Then some other things: health and well-being, cultural and legal bias. Okay, so those are just some general points. But then controversy and criticism. This is what I'm getting to. The men's rights movement has been controversial, with critics accusing some factions of the movement of being anti-feminist or misogynistic. Critics argue that the movement sometimes frames men as victims at the expense of addressing systematic equalities faced by women. However, supporters argue that highlighting men's issues does not inherently negate women's struggles, but seeks a more balanced approach to gender equality. So that's what I'm really interested in, is that men's rights activists are portrayed in a certain light in the media and in popular culture. And so even myself, as a man who identifies as a man and is biologically a man, I've never felt comfortable describing myself as a men's rights activist or a supporter of men's rights, the men's rights movement, because in so many ways in American culture, like, well, I might as well call myself a neo-Nazi, or I might as well call myself a far right, Christian nationalist or something like that. There's just a way they're portrayed in the media, and whether or not that is correct, I'm just saying it's how it is, in my opinion. I'm really hesitant to ever identify as someone who supports the men's rights movement, even if there are positions that I can support and say, well, scientifically, the data does show that this is the case. And so for you, you're very, very outspoken. Was that ever an issue for you, thinking about, as someone who identifies as a member of the men's rights movement, that people are going to judge you in the ways that I've just mentioned?
Yeah, and I have been judged a lot. There are people who actually would automatically outright call me an incel straight white man who's a Christian. I believe in Odin. I am not a Christian. I used to be an atheist. I am what you and some of you might have an issue with me calling myself this, but I am a quote unquote liberal Republican because I'm more liberal than conservative. But I do love gun laws and a couple other things within the Republican Party. Obviously, not the past stuff of the Republican Party. I'm more into the newer Republican stuff, and I haven't researched too much of the past on that. And it's mainly just, like you said, you're uncomfortable with calling yourself a MRA or on that side at all. I'm uncomfortable with calling myself a Democrat because of a lot of stuff I've seen and how they talk about MRAs and stuff. A lot of MRAs from the studies I've seen, though, are actually like libertarians. And to be technical, I am a libertarian. And a lot of them don't identify as Republicans, so I am kind of rare in that sphere still. But what was the other part of your question?
Oh, that was basically it. And that was really interesting way to respond. It's like, well, I don't want to call myself a Democrat either. So I know that was take your question and throw it back at you. Frankie, I think I saw your hand was up at one point. I wanted to keep the conversation going, but did you have something you wanted to throw in with?
Yeah, I think Acid, what you do is wonderful, and I'm sitting here listening, and you sound very passionate, which is really inspiring. But I was thinking, I'm like, if you were to kind of maybe trim down your scope of what you're trying to share as far as awareness and zone in on just a couple things about domestic violence, I think you'd get your point across a lot easier. Because I'm with you on advocating for men's rights, because I myself was in a relationship, right? I literally got the shit kicked out of me. I would go to call the police and she would hit herself or scratch herself or whatever. So I was trapped in some situations like that. So I commend what you do. It's just, it's a little confusing on how you got there. But I think if you were to kind of trim down your scope a little bit and focus your passion in on more specific things as far as the domestic violence with your statistics and facts and all that, I think you could really do some good stuff. That's all I really wanted to add.
Thank you. And I will keep that in mind.
Yeah,
It is
the
actually very
passion.
useful advice.
Yeah, the passion is definitely there, and the knowledge is definitely there. And then it's just focusing that, like you said. There's nothing wrong with describing your trajectory of how you got there, and unfortunately, some of the trauma that you had when you were growing up. But yes, I see the point that Frankie is making. But I was asking these questions, so a lot of that is my doing as well. I was like, okay, well, this is really interesting. Slow down, but let's go back to that. Let's go back to this. So, yeah, it's great to have you. No one criticizing, but Frankie has a very interesting point. Does anyone else have anything to ask or to throw in? This was a really fascinating discussion, and I appreciate you sharing some of your personal anecdotes. That's something that I always encourage people to do, even when they are painful. And as we just heard, describe probably some crimes that were not pursued. But does anyone else have any other questions? I don't want it to be a bunch of guys talking about men's rights. So if anybody else has any questions from a female perspective, but that's often what happens. That's why I'm like, even when I see things from the men's rights movement, men's right activists, and I'm like, hey, that does make sense. I'm kind of just like, oh, maybe I shouldn't say that, because there's just such a bad stigma in the media and popular culture in the United States. And that's probably why the men's right movement exists in the first place, is that it's like Frankie said, there's a stigma of reporting violence. If you're a man and you're being attacked by a woman, and then who are they going to believe? That sort of a thing. The stigma that has persisted my entire lifetime, and certainly into the past, when it comes to men and women divorcing and who gets the kids, or dangerous jobs. We have a draft in the United States that is clearly biased. I had to register for the Selective Service, is that what it's called, when I was 18 in order to vote. Women have never had to do that. I mean, there are clearly some things that could be better, but then it gets into the, well, is that at the cost of not helping women achieve better gender parity? Or is it like what men's rights activists would say, is that, well, we can not diss what you're saying about women needing more help here and more opportunity there, while still pointing out that it's not 100% always great for men. And I would support that sort of conclusion, that I think you can have both Just like you can have Black Lives Matter, and you don't necessarily at a Black Lives Matter rally shout Blue Lives Matter too, but you can also talk about police officers are human beings and they can make mistakes, but they often give their lives, or at least some of the time, maybe often is not the correct word, because being a police officer is not the most dangerous job in America and it's not even close, but they do give their lives to protect other people. It's a often thankless job, especially during and after Black Lives Matter. I don't want to be a police officer. I wouldn't recommend anyone be a police officer nowadays. So you can have feminism, women's rights, and also talk about the things that could be better for men. And you can talk about Black Lives Matter and also talk about Indigenous lives and Latino lives and firemen lives, fire people lives, Jesus, police officers, that sort of a thing. But that's a really hard discussion to have in the United States, because when the mainstream media always favors the Democrats, aside from Fox News, which is over the top in favor of the Republicans, it just becomes a dirty word, a dirty phrase, men's rights activist or men's rights movement. Acid, why don't you give us a final thought on this? Thanks again for sharing your story.
I think the reason the media likes to hate on MRAs so much is because, and I do obviously agree that there are a lot of female issues and we need to solve them too. I believe men have it worse, but people might disagree with that, and that's fine. But the reason they do that is because, and this might sound conspiratorial, I'm sorry if it does, but the media is connected to the government, and the government likes to take control, and a lot of the people in the government are feminist. Obviously, not all feminists are horrible people. Some of them are, just like some MRAs that I've met. But there's a lot of them up there that are kind of horrible people that like to maintain control. And if everyone's fighting with each other about who has it worse, and are men's issues really real, then they won't actually focus on solving the issues, which will keep us divided, which then in turn causes people to never get actually anything done. And we're all too busy hating on each other to actually hate the people that are the ones causing all of this, and to actually solve anyone's issues. Yeah. Sorry, the hand thing won't go down.
It's been great hearing you, and I did not expect this topic to rear its head on today's Hot Take show, but it did, and it has been very fascinating. So, as said, I hope to have you on future shows. Please stay with us. We've been going 2.5 hours. I don't think, unless we run out of people who want to talk, we're going to end the show anytime soon. I'm doing a lot of content this month because I've been having so much great support on Patreon from people like Patrice and Shannon and Frankie and Bjorn and everybody else who supports me over on patreon.com/NEWZ debate. So let's please continue to do the show. Maybe move on to some other topics. That's the nature of the Hot Takes platform. We can just kind of go in any direction that we want. I see that Frankie J's hand is up, but let's jump back over here to Stereo. We've heard from Chris previously many times in the show, but he's been listening the whole time and has been leaving us some messages. I'm going to pull an audible and play Chris's messages in reverse order, because I feel like maybe the ones he left most recently were about the topics that we discussed most recently, rather than jumping back to his earliest comment, which probably is 1 or 2 topics behind us. So hopefully that'll make sense. Let's hear from Chris on Stereo.
Holy shit! He said fireman, and then somehow you thought you were gonna get some fucking feedback. So you're like, oh god damn it, you're right. I should say fire people. What's the predominance of the fire people's occupations gender? Wait a minute. How do they attribute themselves? Are they cis male, or are they just fucking men? Predominantly, like 97 point fuck whatever % it is, fucking men. So you can't say firemen. Like where go ahead, say it, brother. Say it. Just say fireman, for fuck's sake.
So, Chris, that's actually really funny that you caught up on that, because I guess maybe it was perceived that I was like correcting myself, like, oh, no, sorry, fire person. But that was sort of a joke. My joke is always, what year is it? 2024, soon will be 2025. Oh, Jesus. Come on, Lee. It's 2024. Fire person, not fireman. But no, I agree with you. Like, police officer, okay, that's fine. I'm not offended when someone says police officer. But if you see policeman, and first off, it is a man. But secondly, more than half of police officers across the country clearly are men. That's just how the industry works. You have some industry like nursing, where in the past, like 99% of nurses were women. And now you're seeing more male nurses, but still more nurses are women. A lot of teachers used to be women. I think that's probably kind of normalizing more. But that's another field that was clearly dominated by women. Police officers dominated by men, firefighters even more so. So I'm not disagreeing with that, but that's what I always say is that, like, Shannon says fireman or Frankie J says policeman. I go, well, you guys are canceled. Good luck trying to live your lives now. So that's more of a joke. But it is something that my Democrats, my lefties in America, they will actively talk about how it's important to not say fireman, because they're more concerned with doing that and tribalism than actually winning elections. So you're not wrong. But me, myself, I was sort of making a joke, and I guess maybe it did not come over. it did not appear like that. I'm not worried about saying fireman, but thank you, Chris, for picking up on that. It was funny the way that you brought it up. Let's hear from Chris again over on stereo.
Well, I 100% agree with you that we all have the ability to wrap our minds around the fact that not every fireman is a fucking man. But try to just disassociate a history of, I don't know, couple hundred years of firemen, or what you would just label as a fireman. Shouldn't you be proud as a woman to be labeled a fireman or a fireman, or in the fireman crew, or in the part of the elite thereof? And if that's the moniker, so be it. Not a big freaking deal. Everyone on that crew knows you're a woman. They're not naive to that fact, or I don't think you're going to be trying to roll with a plight at that point. I know I'm a little controversial, Lee, but I do bounce back verbatim a lot better rhetorically than I do respondedly, like just saying. And I wouldn't mind to be in that room with the young Katana there, the young sword. There's a few things I wanted to say. I'm just gonna let them fall wayward. But it is what it is. If you wouldn't mind having me up, but I imagine you're cutting out soon. Maybe you are, maybe you aren't. If you're not, I'll be more than glad to join. If you are cutting out, it's all good. I've enjoyed listening to the show. I like the dynamics. I dig your respect. Cheers.
Yeah, Chris, thanks for listening over on stereo. So the way it works is it's much easier to have you on the show over on Twitter Spaces, on X Spaces. So if you have a Twitter account, jump over to twitter.com/NEWZ debate, twitter.com/news debate. I have a live Twitter space over there. I can throw you up on stereo. It's just a lot more complicated, and I'd rather have you over on Twitter. But also, we have someone who just joined us over on Twitter Spaces, who's another one of my Patreon supporters. So we're definitely going to hear from them first. So you have a little bit of time if you want to jump over to stereo. And it's really funny. So Acid Kritana, but I guess maybe I said it very quickly. You thought that the person who was speaking was Acid Katana, like the sword, which, by the way, Acid Katana does sound like a cool sword. But it was Acid Kritana was the name that you were thinking of. Shannon, your hand is up, and then afterwards, I want to invite Better Vibes to speak. Better Vibes is a long-time friend of the show, and also my newest Patreon.com/NEWZ debate supporter, and we were having a hard time getting Twitter to work for Better Vibes. But I did a test show last night, really late in the morning after my show, and we figured it out. So that's why Better Vibes is joining us, and I'm looking forward to having Better Vibes here on the show in a moment. But Shannon, back to you.
So I'll tell you a funny story. When I was like 5 or 6, I don't know if you guys all remember this, the fire department used to come into the schools, like with Smokey the Bear, and give you those plastic fire hydrant or fire hats and stuff. And that was the first time I ever saw a female firefighter. And I asked her, do they call you a fireman? And they were like, no, we're all firefighters, not firemen or women. And that's what they call them at the academy, because we have a fire academy here that teaches firefighters.
But
You know what?
I
I had the
guarantee
same
they
problem,
only did
Shannon.
that because they were forced to do that. Like, they wouldn't do that on their own.
No, I'm just saying, but that was like the 70s too. And I just thought it was amazing because that was like one of the first time I ever saw a female fighter.
Well, it's I
Kinda
gotta
be like
say,
saying
it's nice that they said, no, we're all firefighters. Like, that's unified, that's very accepting. And like you
Right.
said, that was in the 1970s. So like, more power to them. But my guess is that was something that was, once they at least had a woman in the firehouse, that became an issue. Back when every firefighter was a man, no one said that. But
What,
Shannon,
firefighter versus fireman?
yeah, I mean, they might have called them firefighters here and there as like another word they could use, but fireman was a completely acceptable term. When everybody
Okay, yeah. No, I'm
was
not
a
saying
man.
it was. I'm just saying that was my experience with a woman
Yeah,
actually
no,
saying, we're
that's
all
great.
or,
So
actually
you,
it was the chief that actually said we're all firefighters, not fireman or woman.
like I
It
said,
wasn't the woman that said it.
it
It was the,
seems super progressive for the 1970s, and I don't disagree with it at all. I'm not upset. My point is that I feel like that happened rather late when they actually had a woman in the firehouse. But so you were at school and they came to your school and they're like, here's some plastic fire hats. And this woman was actually part of the fire station. Like, she went out, she wasn't like working at the fire station. She was a full-blown firefighter.
yeah, she was the one that does the hoses, they attach the hose. That was her job. They had to attach the hose and regulate the hose. That was her position in there.
Oh, okay. So she wasn't like busting into the building. She wasn't holding the hose.
Oh no,
was
she did
attaching
that
the
too, but
hoses.
she did that too. But her main job was doing the dragging the hoses and setting them up. That was her, and directing the hoses. That was her job.
I feel like there's a joke in there, but I'm not going to make it. I'm just excited that there was a woman in the 1970s in Connecticut who was at the local fire station and they respected her. That's a great story. I wouldn't have guessed that, to be completely honest. So great to hear that. Sounds awesome. Frankie is a former first responder. You have a perspective you want to share?
Yeah, it's funny that she brought that up because when I was in the fire academy back in, I don't know, 2011 or 12 or something, there was a lot of females that were part of it, and it was made very clear in the first week that we were all firefighters. There's not firemen or firewomen, it was firefighters. So they've really made big strides to make that clear. And I trained with some women that they would beat shit out of me. They were really good at what they did. But no, everyone does have a certain job. I was an interior firefighter. You have your exterior firefighters. You have your crossover. You have your pumper, engine runners, all that kind of shit. But anyways, I wanted to thank you for a good show. Acid brought some really good stuff. I think she was very informative, and I'm gonna drop off because I gotta hook up my iPad to my TV so I can stream the Bills game in a half hour and watch the Bills rock the Rams and watch the Chiefs lose at home for the first time to the Chargers. We'll follow up next time. So thanks for having me, Lee. Always a good show.
Frankie's football picks. We're working on the name, but we have those every week now. And he calls the show at 323-250-0867. I believe that's the number. Yes, 323-250-0867. You can send text messages and leave voice messages during the show. I will read them and I will play them. And you can also do that when the show is not live. And I'll get to those at the beginning of the next show. So hopefully that continues to be a worthwhile avenue for people to participate. I've been very happy with the participation thus far, but we could do even more. Okay, so Shannon, your hand is up. Is it still up from before? Did you have something else to add?
Oh, I don't show my hand up, Lee. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Right, no,
Yeah,
I have a window up as well. It might be delayed, but yes, on the phone it's not up. So once again,
Oh, okay.
Elon. Yeah, you might notice I have there's someone in the room called ND Drone. That's my duplicate account, and so that's so that I can run Twitter Spaces. It's kind of complicated, but you can run Twitter Spaces now both as a host and as a listener, as a speaker, as a co-host in a web browser, as well as on a phone or an iPad, some sort of device. And I have a system where I do both for different things. And so that's who the ND Drone is in there. And it's weird because Shannon's hand is up in a web browser, but on a device, the hand is down. So that is clearly a bug that needs to be taken care of. But Elon is busy running Doge in the government. So I don't know if they're going to get to that anytime soon. Better Vibes, you're with us as a speaker. Can you jump in and say hello?
Hello. Been a while since I've been on the show. Yeah. I don't know what went on with X that I couldn't join those last few shows, but I'm glad to be back. Yeah, I just can't wait to get started on some more debates.
So do you have any hot takes to share right now? Otherwise, we can invite other people to share, and I have a few stories lined up myself. But yeah, it's great to have you back. We basically figured out that signing in and out of Twitter on your phone didn't do anything. So I said, okay, let's just uninstall and reinstall Twitter. And that did it. Because previously what happened, and Shannon was there for some of this, I know, Better Vibes was coming in and you were showing up as an anonymous listener, which is a nice feature. Twitter has this feature where you can listen anonymously because a lot of the time, like this one, Twitter Spaces, X Spaces are recorded. So people maybe don't want to have, it's like me. If there was a men's rights movement Twitter space that I wanted to listen to, I would go in there anonymously for the reasons I've already mentioned. I just feel like a lot of people think bad about that movement. But you can still listen anonymously to the space. It's a nice feature. They don't have that on most other social audio platforms. The problem is yours was stuck on anonymous, and so I couldn't invite you to speak because your handle, your Twitter account was not showing up. We fixed that by uninstalling and reinstalling Twitter. So Better Vibes, do you have a hot take that you want to share at all?
So lately, to fill my time since my old platform was recently shut down, I hopped on to TikTok and started doing debates there. Come to find out, they're scared that TikTok is going to be like officially banned on somewhere in January. And my hot take is good. Like the debates that I've been having on TikTok have just been very, very polarized. Like every room has felt like a snake pit. TikTok finally needs to go. Like if it's breeding these kind of people, then yeah, it's got to go.
So that's funny. We had the TikTok debate on the show. Was it yesterday's show? Yes, it was, because it was with the Supreme Court. So we had that big debate yesterday. We don't have to get back into that fully, but it's really refreshing to hear someone who's like, hey, I use TikTok and my previous platform I used was gone. So I had to move somewhere else. And even though I use TikTok now, I want TikTok to go away. You can certainly find toxic conversations, to use that term that the Democrats love to use, toxic, on any platform. But just personally, maybe it's just because my age just missed the TikTok craze. I always say on the show, I'm not 50, but I'm not young enough, I think, to really have been fascinated with TikTok the way that some of my friends, younger brothers and sisters, or some of my friends' kids are fascinated with TikTok. So for whatever reason, also I prefer audio. Clearly, I do social audio. Before that, I did a lot of podcasting. So I prefer audio. So for many reasons, it was just never for me. That being said, I have tried to get into TikTok. I've really actively tried to get into it. And I just don't like the format. I don't like the ridiculousness of so much content that's on TikTok. I don't like dancing, and I don't like that sort of a thing. The things where people cover songs or they do some dance that a celebrity did and they try to emulate that. Some of the content creators I like on YouTube, because for years I've had YouTube Premium, whatever they call it, so there's no ads on YouTube. I have found them on TikTok and I've been like, oh, it's the content I enjoy. But since YouTube has put so much effort into putting their shorts into effect, so their version of TikTok on YouTube, it's just kind of the same content that I'm seeing over on YouTube. So for whatever reason, I've just never got into TikTok and I really just don't like it. So if TikTok goes away, despite the fact that people who have made their living on TikTok will be really screwed over, I don't see a huge consequence of that. If you just remove from the conversation that people who are going to be hurt because their following is pretty much exclusively on TikTok, which you'll have on any platform. If YouTube goes away, if Twitter goes away, whatever, you'll have that. There are people who usually are big on one platform and they're not big anywhere else. I don't see an enormous value that TikTok brings to the table that cannot be picked up by other platforms / the value that TikTok does bring, the content that people like, I don't find valuable at all. I don't mean to be dismissive of people who do like that content, but it's just, I just don't see the value. So Better Vibes, it sounds like you agree with me. You're not afraid of if TikTok goes away next month?
Yeah, good riddance. Like again, some of the debates I never posted like videos. I never, utilized the social aspect, the social media aspect of it. I just used the rooms as, like for debates and stuff. And yes, the radicalization is rampant there. Like there's no room for critical thought. It's us versus them mentality on TikTok, which I think like a lot of kids use that app and they try to interact, which you're supposed to be 18 and plus, but a lot of creators let them stay in chat. They have so much radicalization. I don't think that kids should be even listening to these viewpoints. They're always trying to incite wars, or like it's crazy, these debates that I've been a part of. And to be on a platform which like polices your language to such a degree that you've got to like I don't know, like take a linguistics course before you even participate. Like it's crazy. Yeah. For some examples, like you can't say white, you have to say white T instead of saying murder, you say schmurder, and the list continues.
Say it again. So I could understand why you might not say murder. Like maybe you wouldn't say suicide because they just want to try to get rid of the people who are using those terms in a really bad way. But did you say you can't say white?
No, you can't. You have to say Y.
Y, like WHYT? White.
No, the letter Y and the letter T.
YT means white.
Yeah, in TikTok,
I am
language.
so not hip at all. Did not know that.
You can't even say band. Like get your live band. You can't even say band anymore. You have to say banana or because that's how everybody understands it. The language policing is just ridiculous on TikTok, and it's just like of course you're gonna have these bad like really bad like stringent rules because people are so radicalized on TikTok. Of course you would have that, and it's just crazy. Yeah, and this app has got to go. It's breeding brain rot for people. Like nobody critically thinks over there.
So when you say you're engaging in some debates, but it's not going well because there's no critical thinking. So when I think of TikTok, I think of the shorter rather than longer vertical videos that you kind of swipe through, and there's comments. And also, like many platforms, a lot of people are going live now on TikTok, so you can just do a live stream there. So are you doing comments and engaging people in the comments of videos or in the comments of live streams?
No, so in TikTok you can do a live set a background panel and they will often have like multiple points that you can talk about, many prompts, and you can invite people up into your live stream on TikTok.
Okay, so you're doing the discussion on social. I thought you had said that you didn't do video, so you're going on and you like social audio. You're becoming part of a panel of discussion in a live stream on TikTok, but it's video.
Yeah. Well, I just I can't turn my camera on in the first place because I don't have enough followers. But like even if I did, I would just choose to have my camera off.
So then, does it give you the option to become part of the panel, but just with audio and have your camera off?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, great. That's cool. I didn't know they had that specific functionality. I've seen where people join with video, but that's a really nice feature.
But in order to turn your camera on in the first place, you have to have I think 500 followers to even begin that or to even go live.
One of the reasons why I've never live streamed to TikTok is because you have to have like 1,000 followers to be able to live stream.
Yeah, I think they dropped it to 500. That's what I've been hearing. But
anyway, okay. Well, I don't even have 500, so it doesn't matter. But it's nice they dropped it.
Yeah. Again, and that app has got to go. Like you got feminists, like a feminist turning feminists into radical feminists. You have like the LGBT like getting radicalized on there. You have the TERFs getting so radical on there. It's just like it's a goddamn war over there, and everybody's taking shots at each other and like doxing each other, and like it's a very toxic platform. And I'm in full support. Ban it. Get it out of here.
So what we had discussed during yesterday's show were the national security implications, because it's a Chinese company, and therefore the Chinese government is not removed from that company the way that the U.S. government is removed from Google or Microsoft. It's much more difficult for the U.S. government to get in and get access to Google's data on all of us than in theory it is for the Chinese government to work with ByteDance to do the same thing about American users of TikTok, which is like 150 million Americans use TikTok. So a substantial, almost half of the country. Those are the reasons why the government has put together, the Biden administration has approved this ban of TikTok that in theory will go into effect in January if they do not sell to an American entity like a Microsoft or Oracle. Those are some ideas that were floated. I don't think they will. I'm not sure that the ban will take place, but I don't think ByteDance is going to sell, so we'll just have to see how this works out. But your reason for just banning TikTok is because you think it's just a trash heap and it's not useful.
Well, it's like if you're gonna have a platform hosting debates and like stuff like cool, you can have an app for entertaining and like cool, have a live stream, entertain. But if you're gonna throw in debates in there and then have all these radical viewpoints being spewed out, it's a critical thought and entertainment like do not belong in the same platform, and it's ultimately it just
That's really
at least
powerful. Let's think about that for a second. That might be my favorite thing you've said in a long time. Critical thought and entertainment do not belong on the same platform. Wow, I've never thought about that.
And like it's very detrimental to the youth who participate in in those lives, who just stay in the comments. They don't allow 18 plus people in the call or in the panel, but they will let them chill out in the chat and stuff. So like
if I was able to get 500 followers on TikTok so I could join a panel, they would hear my voice and they'd be like, no, clearly you're older than 18, you can't be part of this.
You can it's 18 plus to be on the panel, but like if you're not, they'll some of them will ban you, but some of them will just let you chill and chat.
Okay, sorry,
for those
I heard the opposite. Sorry, that was maybe a self-fulfilling prophecy. So they want people who are 18 and over, and if you're not, they won't let you in, but they'll let you like do comments.
And like for the creators that do, and you have such polarized radical people, engaging in like social warfare, I would like to call it. It's brain rot, and you're forcing the youth to choose sides here, and like it's all divisive over there. Like people want to separate, and it's brain rot for the youth, and and that's why I'm like that's my whole shtick of like why it needs to go away, because it's not a good place. It's not like the moment they introduced debates and trying to get their point across, like I don't think, man, just I've been having a horrible time over there.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Wow, interesting. Okay. Well, as you use more Twitter Spaces now, because we figured out how to get you into a Twitter Space, like I said, if you ever have problems with an app, sign in and out, uninstall, reinstall. It's stupid. It sounds like when you call IT at your office, or if you call the number for your computer company and you're like, I need help. And they're like, well, did you turn it back on? Turn it off, turn it back on. We didn't try that, but that would have been my next step. Really, with apps, just signing in and out, uninstalling, reinstalling sometimes can completely fix the problem. You have to be careful though, because I use so many different mobile devices for all the different stuff that I do. I have some mobile devices that are so old they can't use the updated version of the app. And sometimes if you uninstall the app and then want to download it, it'll say you can't download it again because it doesn't match the version of the operating system that you have. So in that case, just beware, or don't uninstall it if you can't reinstall it. But usually the uninstall, reinstall does wonders. So now that you can use Twitter Spaces, Better Vibes, I'm wondering if you're going to find similar problems on Twitter Spaces where you don't mix entertainment and critical thinking on the same platform. Because I gotta be frank, I've tried to join other people's spaces here on Twitter X, and to be honest, a lot of the time the topics just don't interest me, but also I feel like there's not actually critical thinking going on. However, perhaps the major difference of Twitter Spaces mostly not having video, because some time ago, maybe 1 or 2 years ago, they did introduce that you can do video on Twitter Spaces now, and not Twitter Live video, because there's a separate thing on Twitter where you can just stream video. But they actually have added video to the actual Twitter Space. I don't use it, but it is something that is a possibility. But if you go around on the Spaces, most people don't use it. My vote would go for the fact that if you have discussion shows going on and there's no video, not that there's no visuals, because I like when sometimes you can share your screen or post a link or something that shows up like you can on Twitter, but not having video, not seeing the people for whatever reason, it's just human psychology. I can't really explain it, but I think it just has to do with human psychology. Not having the video and only being able to hear people, I think allows for deeper, more interesting, more entertaining, and less crazy discussions. So I'll be interested if you find that to be the case with Twitter Spaces versus your experiences that you just outlined with TikTok.
Yeah. Another aspect of this is the TikTok algorithm. Like it really like shoves down your throat what you searched for in the past, and you only see like the live discussions that you're interested in, and like it doesn't allow you to expand as much as I would like to. So you're really pigeonholed into certain topics, and if you only talk about these topics and don't expand your horizons, that's detrimental to critical thoughts as well, and more and more you get the same people in the live it turns into a critical thought, critical thinking debate into just a long-winded, drug out argument. And so like the TikTok algorithm like definitely has a role to play in the divisiveness and the brain rot that is TikTok. If Twitter Spaces doesn't have such a shove it down your throat kind of algorithm, then I think I'll have a better time here.
That's actually really funny that you just brought that up, because one of my ongoing complaints of Twitter Spaces, aside from the fact that it just doesn't work most of the time, people will come in and they can't hear me and they have to leave. They have to come back 3 or 4 times. Acid Kritana, she tried. Sorry, how did you identify? Oh, I got a little confused. I think you said you did identify as a boy, but now you don't. I'm sorry, they. I'll just use they. Acid Kritana, I gave them the speaker baton and they couldn't get it to work, so they had to leave and they had to come back. That happens all the time on Twitter Spaces now for some reason. But aside from those bugs, my big critique of Twitter Spaces is that if you click on the Twitter Spaces icon on your phone or on your device, it just gives you a giant list of spaces and they're not sorted. I can't tell that they're giving me ones because of my activity versus just a list. Usually it's a list of the most popular to the least popular spaces. And so the way you usually discover spaces is people you follow. When they're in a space, it pops up on your device rather than actually going into the list of spaces and then trying to find them, because that's a cluster F. They really need to improve that. So it could be like you just said, the algorithm on Twitter Spaces kind of doesn't exist, and therefore the problems you've discovered with TikTok's algorithm maybe are non-existent to a certain extent over here, because they literally don't curate spaces for you. It just shows up on your screen if someone you follow is in a space, and then if you manually click on the spaces button, it displays them in order of most popular to least popular, which is very unhelpful. But it doesn't hide them from you. It doesn't push some in front of you versus others. It just kind of go figure it out for yourself. Maybe oddly enough, that could be a better system. Let's reset. It's News Debate. I am Lee. Better Vibes. Go ahead and mute yourself. Unless you have something to say, then raise your hands if you want to jump in. Great to have you. Acid Kritana says, now female, but I don't care what pronouns people call me. Okay, great. Well, I appreciate that. But yes, now female, so I'll say her or just they. It is sometimes easier. Oh, wow. Cracker Barrel. Shannon just tweeted a Cracker Barrel story.
Sorry,
Holy
that just
cow.
came across my feed. That was much more important than Trump.
Clearly, yeah. So we have this Cracker Barrel story. We also have your Trump story and the Peeps. Let's maybe talk about this Peeps thing. I'm not sure how much longer we'll go with the show, but I want to make sure that we get to Peeps. This is really interesting. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration moves to ban red food dye, which clearly affects Peeps and a whole lot of other stuff. But let's check back in with Chris over on Stereo. He was leaving some messages during the last conversation. Let's see what Chris has to say.
Critical thought, entertainment, and radical thoughts all belong on the same platform. And those are all up for open definition. What's a critical thought? What's what was the latter there? Yeah, fun stuff. I was Lee, I was talking over you when you were dropping your ex nomiker. Could you rehash that for me, brother, if you wouldn't mind?
Yeah, I'm not even sure what that means. So if you leave me another message and let me know, yeah, that's the problem is on Stereo. When you leave messages, you don't hear what's being said. So I get what you're referring to, but I don't understand exactly what you missed. So let me know.
I think you want your phone number, Lee, the new text number you.
Oh, okay. Well, hey,
About.
thanks, Shannon. I don't know how you got that from that, but I'm glad you got it. So it's 323-250-0867. That's 323-250-0867. So you can send text messages during the show. You can leave voice messages during the show. And if I get them in between shows, I will play them, read them at the beginning of the next recent show. But since it is December and I'm trying to do a lot of content, I think I'll do a show tomorrow, the next day. So it might be a very short turnaround. Otherwise, if you leave them for me now, I'll get to them now during today's show. Let's hear one or two more from Chris, and then we'll jump back to some stories that Shannon has been tweeting.
No, your name, your nomiker on X, on the X forum is what and what and what. So I could find you when I do actually finally download, upload, what have you.
Take that, Shannon. Wrong. I gotta be nice to Shannon though, because she's gonna stab me with her cane sword if I'm not. So over on Twitter, twitter.com/NEWZ debate, twitter.com/news debate. And a great way to remember all my stuff is bit.ly/NEWZ debate. So that's bit.ly/NEWZ debate. That has my link tree, which then provides links to like everything else. Great. So, okay, Chris, thanks for doing that. Would love to have you join us over on Twitter Spaces. It's just easier to do that on Twitter Spaces, as you'll see once you get us over there, once you join us over there. But Stereo works perfectly fine in the meantime. Okay, Glenn, you're with us over on Twitter Spaces. Request to speak, friend of the show, Glenn, if you'd like to say something. Also, Apostate Nate, how dare I? Apostate Nate joined us sometime during the last topic or two, and I see you've joined us as a speaker, but I did not greet you to the show. Apostate Nate is one of my recent supporters, good friend of the show on patreon.com/NEWZ debate. So he's a co-host for every show that he joins. Apostate Nate, do you want to jump in and say anything?
Yeah, just sorry I missed the first part of the show. I had thing today in Pittsburgh, their comic convention, just like their scaled down version of like San Diego Comic-Con was running. So I was there to meet Miss Bryce Dallas Howard. It was really really nice time.
Bryce Dallas Howard is the really hot daughter of Ron Howard. Why was she at Comic-Con Philly?
This is correct. Well, not Philly, Pittsburgh. I want to say that she either doesn't do this often, or this might even be her first one. She was there with her husband, who's another actor. I don't think he's quite as famous. She was great. She was really polite and really funny. I guess she's an atheist because I have a really insulting blasphemous T-shirt on, and she really liked it. She made sure to tell me.
Now, it's a bit of a downer because you mentioned her husband, but is she as attractive in real life as she is on the big screen?
You betcha. What the queen of all gingers, as far as I'm concerned.
She is a looker. She is married to Seth Gabel.
Yep, that's it. I don't know how to pronounce it, but that's the fellow. He was there with her. He was nice enough, and he had his own little table to meet people. Yeah, it was a nice time.
They met at NYU in 2001. They were both studying acting. They met. They married 5 years later in 2006. They have 2 kids. He is an actor. He's been in shows like Sex and the City, Salem, Big Sky, American Horror Story, and others. But yeah, not nearly as popular as her. Nor as redheaded. Awesome. Oh, okay, well, so you hung out with them and a bunch of other people at Comic-Con Pittsburgh.
You got it. It's actually a really nice con because it's not, Pittsburgh's considered a small, very modest market for most of what it puts on. And they get some pretty big people coming to these things. They had a couple people from the Scream movies come through. A couple years ago, I met Chevy Chase there. Katie Seagal. Trying to think of the big names I've met, but they attract some good
Katie
talent.
Seagal is married with children, right?
This is correct.
Yeah, Peggy Bundy.
It's usually a good experience. The only time I didn't have one, and he wasn't mean to me, I just didn't like his vibe, was Peter Weller, the guy who plays RoboCop. I thought he was kind of full of himself.
Time out.
Boy, was
You didn't like
Yeah.
RoboCop? That guy's awesome.
No. I love RoboCop. I think RoboCop is the most important.
Yeah.
social
But he was a
commentary in the last-
douchebag.
I thought he was kind of a jerk. Yeah, he would yell at fans who were like on the other end of the room while he was signing autographs, like taking pictures from him from afar. I mean, he was a.
Oh, you mean
Yeah, he was a
wanted you
diva.
to pay if you took a picture? He didn't like people
Well,
taking
that's
pictures
not-
of him?
It's normally what you do, but people were like, say you're like 50 feet away and you just want to take a picture of the room, okay, and capture some of these booths and who's at them. Most people don't care, like if you were obviously trying to stand like 10 feet away and throw up the selfie stick, I think maybe that would look a little bit rude. But nobody cares about the other scenario. And he was screaming. I don't think he was very nice to what they call their handlers, the people who take the money and sort of set up the photo op. And when I was in his Q&A, which you can think of as just kind of a press conference, they do these at all the cons. Anytime you see someone picture, actually a lot of celebrities, their Wikipedia picture is often their San Diego Comic-Con picture from their Q&A section. That's one thing that I've noticed. That seems to be the trend. And at his Q&A, there were people taking pictures of him from the crowd. But don't forget, this is a big crowd, fairly big room. There were probably at least a couple hundred people in this room for his Q&A panel. And he just stopped and he was practically screaming at this guy. Now, I'm not sure that he understands this, but something like a Q&A at a con, it's basically like a press conference for the fans. That's the tone of it. And I'm not sure if he understands what a press conference is. I was really put off by him. I do have this. Regrettably, I paid another third party for his autograph one time, but I almost wish I didn't. I found he was disappointing. With that being said, I think RoboCop is something near damn perfect as a movie, Lee.
Yeah, he was in RoboCop. He was in the new Star Trek film, Into Darkness, right? And he was in Dexter. he was much older when he was in Dexter and Star Trek. But man, well, but the thing is though, when he yells at you, you gotta listen to him, because all of a sudden, otherwise, like he's gonna reach down and his skin is gonna part, and he's gonna pull out that giant RoboCop gun and murder a bunch of people. It's always a risk with that guy. Well, that's too bad. I mean, I get it. You're probably not going to become a star unless you tear into people. I truly believe there are no nice celebrities. I don't believe that for a second. There are people who are over the top mean, and there are people like Tom Hanks who maybe have a nice personality and present as nice. But Tom Hanks did not become the star he is and still is because he was nice. I truly will argue with people for the rest of my life that there are no nice celebrities. But there's a difference between ripping into people who work for you and ripping into people who get you to come to a Comic-Con sort of event versus yelling at people in person at Comic-Con. And that is too bad. That's too bad, because I like his work as well. Yeah, that's
yeah, it was a bummer. Like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to throw
Yeah, it's not your
water on
fault.
that, but
You're not the dick.
Mr. You remember like the executive, not the older one, but the younger one who's there for the Ed 209 test, the big robot that they can't get to shut off. You know, you have 10 seconds
Is
to
he the
comply.
one who dies?
No, he's the one who presides over that meeting. And that's where he's told, Dick, I'm very disappointed in you. The actor who's
Okay.
told that is Ron Cox. He's there's an iconic shot of him like standing over the boardroom table with Ed 209, you know, towering behind him. And I met him. I actually bothered to meet him because he was at the same Q&A, and he was a perfect gentleman. He was really a pleasure to talk to about the film.
Ed Cox, RoboCop.
Ron Cox.
Oh,
Ron
Ronnie
Cox is the
Ronnie Cox.
correct. Ronnie Cox is the actor, and his character introduces the malfunctioning robot known as Ed 209.
He's the main guy. He's been in Star Trek. He's the guy who created the Ed 209. Ronnie Cox.
Yeah, correct. Yep, that's him. You got it.
Sorry, I thought you meant someone else. Yeah, he's the evil guy in the first RoboCop. Yeah, he's great. He's been in Star Trek. He's been in lots of stuff. He's great. He was in gosh, was it Total Recall, the original one with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Beverly Hills Cop.
Yeah, it sounds right.
He played Bogomil.
I've never seen Beverly Hills Cop, but I know he was sort of in the
What?
80s and 90s. I bet he's been in a lot of stuff.
You weirdo. You gotta watch that. That's my favorite comedy
I know
movie
the
of all
music.
time.
It's like right? It's not the Beverly Hills Cop music?
Yes. Yes.
You got it. That is. Thanks for
gotta
getting that
watch
stuck
at
in my
least-
head, because that thing's an earworm.
Gotta watch at least 1 and 2 for Beverly Hills Cop. Nate, you staying away from the sinkholes around Pittsburgh?
Jesus, that's awesome.
There is a woman died here the other day.
I know. She was a grandmother. They found her body. Thanks,
Oh, yeah.
Shannon. We were having a nice discussion about RoboCop, a fictional robot that fights evil, and then you just had to bring it back down to earth with, hey, anyone's grandma died lately? There's some lady fell into a sinkhole in Pennsylvania.
But the cat survived.
Oh, the cat she was looking for survived?
Yeah, they said it came back or something. I saw that on news.
Yeah, well, the cat.
Well, I mean, they
now
found
is-
the little granddaughter in the back seat for she was in there for 12 hours, they said.
Oh.
The granddaughter was in the back of the car.
That cat just has 8
Couldn't get
lives
out.
left.
Yeah, Where'd Nate go? Oh, is he having Twitter issues like me?
He's here. He's just a listener. He does that from time to time. I'm not
Oh.
sure why, but he flops in and out sometimes, just like everybody else. Although Patrice has had really good luck this time around. She's been a speaker this whole time. She, as you know, sometimes she has to come in and out all the time as well. Okay, so love the RoboCop talk. Thank you for that, Apostate Nate. That was awesome, awesome, awesome. Glenn has requested to speak over on Twitter Spaces. We want to hear from friend of the show, Glenn. Oh yeah, and Apostate Nate, he'll come back. He's requested to speak. So let's throw Glenn up here. Glenn, as you'll see, has a blue check mark, as does Apostate Nate and some other people who come into the show. But I asked Glenn about this specifically because Glenn is a longtime friend of the show, and I've never seen him have a premium Twitter account. And he said that he pulled the trigger on. I've been seeing the ad for 40% off. I think other people have been seeing it as well. I did not pay for it because I don't care. But Glenn has purchased, I think you said it was a year of Twitter Premium because it was almost half off. And so now you have access to, is it Grok, the Twitter AI? You've had some mixed reports on that. What are your thoughts on premium Twitter?
It doesn't really do anything for me per se. I don't know. It's worth a try, but I just don't really find it all that useful.
Well, take that, Elon. Yeah, I talked to Ron in depth about it. He really likes Grok, and he has, I don't know, several tens of thousands of followers on Twitter. I can't remember. Is it somewhere around 40, 50, or 60? But, he uses Twitter in a different way than I do. So for him, having the blue check mark makes a lot of sense. For me, I would have to see a lot more savings than 40% to invest into that. And I use Twitter Spaces all the time. So I guess maybe that tells you a little bit something about myself. But also for Twitter Spaces, I don't see the value. I use ChatGPT, which is free. And if I was going to pay for something, I might pay to get premium ChatGPT because I use it so much. It's really valuable. But I don't really have that big of a following over on Twitter. So I'm just trying to think, what are even the benefits? So Glenn, can you walk me through? You have a blue check mark, which is clearly visible. So that's a benefit. You have access to Grok, the Twitter AI. What else do you get with a premium account?
Less ads, I suppose. I get less ads for companies, but oddly enough, I get just a ton of ads for Twitter Premium Plus, which is like, I think like $40 Canadian a month. And I'm just like, well, this isn't less ads. It's just less ads for shit I don't care about.
So like where I see random ads about all different kinds of things, you're mostly seeing ads now for more Twitter products.
Yeah, it's like I got the basic tier of Twitter Premium, and then there's like the high end tier of Twitter Premium. So now all my ads are like, do you want to upgrade? I'm like,
and so what would you get with Twitter Premium Plus that you don't get with Twitter Premium?
0 ads apparently.
Okay.
Once you've got to the top tier, they just don't show you anything because they have nothing left to sell you. I guess I'm not really sure. I'm gonna keep it just cause I don't know, but like I don't really find it all that useful yet. Although I haven't really got to with Grok per se. But you can show them pictures or whatever, and like it will just have like random prompts for questions where it's like, tell me a fun fact. So that's why I clicked, and that's when it gave me this like super long name of a city or something.
Yeah,
in
you
New
sent
Zealand.
me the screenshot. It was like, this is the longest name of a city in the world, and it was like 2 lines. It was pretty long. But
It was super long.
Just some basic things though. Like I have noticed on Twitter, like if I have a typo, I can't edit a tweet. I have to delete it and tweet it again. But with Premium, you can like edit tweets. There are those sort of functions that you have access to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't proofread my tweets most of the time, regardless whether I posted them and then tried to reread it to edit it. I generally just don't bother. But yes, you do have an hour after you post something to reread what you tweeted and go, oh shit, I totally missed 3 words, and then edit that. But you only have an hour after you post, so you can't like post something really tired at night, wake up in the morning, and expect to be able to fix it.
Yeah, and you get no editing privileges on replies, so double check your replies even if you got a blue check.
Yeah, because Apostate Nate also, the 2 people with the blue check marks right now. So maybe if you got Twitter Premium Plus, they would let you do it after an hour. But okay, that's interesting. And then I also noticed, I think more than a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I can't remember. I used to do this thing that at first made sense, but then I thought, was counterintuitive and I stopped it. I would do my Twitter space, but I would also do a live video feed. So Twitter live video. So that meant if you went to twitter.com/NEWZ debate, twitter.com/news debate, my account, you would see I'm live in a space and you could jump in and listen and you could request to speak. You would also see that I was sending video, live video to Twitter, and you could click on it and you could watch it. As you guys know, I don't use a webcam, but I share my screen. I bring stuff up. I play YouTube videos. So that's what the video feed is. And I thought that that was valuable because people who wanted to watch but not participate with their voice could do that. And people who wanted to call in with their voice could do that. But what it ended up doing was it confused people. And some people would be watching and some people would be listening, and they were not getting the details of, oh, if you want to talk, you have to join the space. But if you just want to watch, you can join Twitter live video. I bring this up because I thought about, well, maybe I could try it again and make more sense of it and explain it to people better. It's like a week or two ago, I was getting ready to test Twitter live video again, X live video, and I couldn't do it. And I kept getting confused. I thought, why is this not working? And I made sure all the settings were right. And then I did a quick search. And now you have to be a premium user to send video and do Twitter X video, Twitter live video. I get it. You know, Twitter's trying to make money. That was the whole thing with Elon. He bought the company, fired a bunch of people. A lot of people quit. He's trying to do more advertising. He brought Gronk online. You know, he is trying to make money. I get it. And it doesn't really bother me because I wasn't using Twitter live video before. But it's always unfortunate when you have a product that gives you something for free and then all of a sudden they put it behind a paywall. So I did notice that. So word to the wise, Apostate Nate Glenn, if you wanted to, you could do Twitter live video. I'm never going to pay for Twitter. It's not important to me. But it is unfortunate that something I could do before, I can no longer do now. Yeah, sorry, was that Glenn?
But like, how many years did you watch videos on YouTube with ads before you decided I don't want to watch ads on YouTube anymore? I bet you there was a time in your life where you said the exact same thing about YouTube. You're like, I'll never pay for YouTube. That's free. And then there was a certain point where like, okay, yeah, let's pay for it.
You're not wrong, but I've paid for YouTube Premium. I think they've changed it. It was YouTube Red and whatever it is. I've paid for YouTube for so long I can't remember when I started paying for it. It's been at least 3 years, maybe longer. I love premium YouTube. I mean, everything I watch is on YouTube.
Yeah.
I also have
I love it.
Netflix, but it's like everything I watch is on YouTube. In fact, now, I don't know if YouTube doesn't care anymore or there's just so many people doing it that it's hard for them to shut it down. But like now, the Bills, I think, just started their game against the Rams. If you go on YouTube and type in Bills Rams, you will be able to find a live stream of the game and you will be able to watch the game in its entirety. YouTube just doesn't shut it down. Or the ones that I watch, they never shut them down. I used to have to watch it on Real TV, or I had to go online and find some stream that allowed me to watch it, right? Because I don't pay for those sorts of streams. But now I just go on YouTube and people stream college games. They stream NFL games. They stream esoteric, weird sporting events I've never heard of. And like, they're totally not supposed to at all. And because I have YouTube Premium, whether or not the feed is monetized or not, because there can be things on YouTube that don't have ads, but most stuff on YouTube have ads. I haven't watched an ad in years. It's amazing. So one thing I do not feel bad about paying for YouTube. It's amazing. I feel like when I eventually pull the trigger and I pay for ChatGPT, I'm going to feel the same way. I do not feel bad about paying for ChatGPT. I haven't done it yet, but I feel like I'm going to have a similar sort of experience. The way that Twitter is set up now, I can't imagine getting value out of paying for it unless it's like 80% off or something like that. I'd love to try it out. I wouldn't be opposed to paying a few bucks to get like 1 month of premium and seeing what that looks like. I just haven't seen those sorts of deals yet. And the fact that Glenn is not speaking so highly of it, Apostate Nate, do you really, why do you have the blue check mark? What's the value for you for paying for Twitter X?
So there's a couple things that I think are worth money. I don't know if I consider it worth like the $17 I pay a month or whatever it works out to. So I'm pretty sure that like the algorithm hates me on my main page. I had real slow, steady growth up until June, and then I think we got the Elon election algorithm or something, and I don't know if it did it to me on purpose or what, but my reach really went south on the platform about June. But one thing that's still held up is I got a better chance of a reply being privileged, and so I do have quite a few replies that have a couple thousand, impressions and get the discussion going. So the replies are definitely boosted, not all of them, but they're more likely to catch.
So when someone posts something and then you reply to it, since you have a check mark, you feel like you're getting a better view count. People are seeing
I know
that
I am.
more
It's what
often.
it's how they sell it's how they sell the program. They just straight up tell you that if you have a check, your replies are privileged in views.
So knowing Apostate Nate, it's probably some religious leader posts something, and then you're like, it's pedophile or something like that, and then because
Not that, but look, I'm squeaky enough of a wheel to be blocked by Jordan Peterson and Allie Beth Stuckey. I'm doing something right.
wow, blocked by Jordan Peterson.
That actually probably wouldn't take much effort.
It took me a while, and I had to really go below the belt. I just kept reminding him to chill out and take another Klonopin.
Yeah, and he couldn't
see how
take
they'll do it.
anymore. I feel like that message didn't get through, but that would be great. I know that certain people would pay for they couldn't do it, but like, could you imagine if you could buy an unblockable account? How much would people pay for that?
I'd probably pay for that. Not sure how much I'd pay, but I think I'd pay for it.
Oh yeah, I mean, if it was reasonable, absolutely, but it couldn't be reasonable because that's like godlike power. He turns you into a god. Yeah, I don't know that they could ever do that, but create a lot of problems. But I feel like that's like a man with the golden gun sort of moment, to borrow that reference. Like Elon Musk has one unblockable account that he gives away every year, and it's some auction, and it's just to the highest bidder. Like that would be fascinating. Okay, it's News Debate. I'm Lee. Might start winding down the show, might not. Just depends on what we're doing here. If anybody has a hot take they want to share and they're a speaker, so Apostate Nate, Glenn, Better Vibes, Shannon, Patrice, just go ahead and raise your hands. Let me know. Oh, Glenn, you have one. Okay, yeah, Glenn.
All right, so this is very local, and so like something that's happened, at least where I am, is the premise of the residential reserve. So where a reserve purchases land within the city and then it gets zoned as reserve land. And so one of the laws in Canada is the city and the city police have no jurisdiction on reserve land.
Are you talking
And
about
so
First Nation land, or is this like a nature reserve?
First Nations.
Okay, so it's not land
Oh, the
that
First
they
Nations
have
people
through.
cannot be taxed.
Sorry, say that again.
So if it's reserve land, anyone that's working on reserve land that is treaty Indian, still called that, doesn't have to pay any tax. So it's tax free.
Yeah, because it's sovereign territory, right? But so in
Yeah.
the U.S., the way
So that was within the city.
sovereign territories work is that they were ceded somehow through treaties and stuff like that, and that's the land. I don't think if you're a native person and you just buy land, all of a sudden that becomes sovereign territory. It's already
Oh, you
sovereign
can apply for
territory.
that now.
But then
You can
in-
apply for that now. That's like,
okay,
that's
so
like
that's
a zoning thing.
So that's my question then. So then in Canada, a native person can just buy land and then they apply to have it be turned turned into sovereign territory, and therefore they could buy land in a city, like you just said, and then it's just in the middle of the city and it's sovereign territory, and police don't have jurisdiction there.
Technically by law, correct. All right, so a local reserve bought this like strip mall, right? And it became an urban reserve. So like, you know, the police, the city, they have no jurisdiction, and they decided to open up a weed dispensary, except they didn't have to follow any of the regular laws because it's reserved land. They can do what they want.
In
So it's more like
Canada, you have national marijuana across the country, but of course there are rules and there's probably taxes and all those different things. But since they bought this strip mall and turned it into sovereign native territory, they opened up a weed store that they just sold weed with no rules.
So yeah, there's rules, like you still have to be 19, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. So like in Canada, like you can't just have like weed in a jar and let people smell it and then like weigh it out and sell it to them like that. It comes prepackaged in like half-ounce, ounce bags, whatever, straight from the distributor, I guess. So anyway, so like, no, in the States at a dispensary, like they'll have weed in jars, they weigh it out in front of you, you know, you take a whiff of it, you can look at it. You can't do that in regular dispensaries. So the now reserved land to where the city no longer has jurisdiction to say anything what they do, and neither does the city police, decided to open a dispensary more American style with weeds in jars, and it's really good weed. Like they had Mike Tyson, indica. The guy's like, oh, it's a knockout. That's pretty good. Anywho, so the old mayor, he got voted out recently, but he was so pissed off that they opened up a dispensary. He was trying to shut it down, but by law, he no longer had the jurisdiction to shut it down because he made it urban reserve. I just thought that was the most hilarious thing ever, of something just totally backfiring on a politician.
So this might not be the one that you're thinking of. Let me know if it is. This is a story from the CBC up in Canada land. And I'm going to share this on twitch.tv/NEWC debate and also rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate. After seeing how much it helped his father-in-law deal with stage 4 cancer, Cecil Shawana decided to get into the cannabis business. Shawana and his wife opened Northern Superior Cannabis in Michipicoten. How do you say that, Glenn?
I'm as Caucasian as you are, Lee. I have no idea.
Please, you live in Canada. Michipicoten First Nation in March 2021, and watch customers flock to the tiny community on the shores of Lake Superior from as far away as Dubreuilville and Chaparral. But Shawana, who lives in Michipicoten, but is a citizen of the Wemicong, oh, this is hard, says since a provincially licensed store opened in Wawa, they've watched their profits shrink.
Ontario. That's Ontario.
So, okay, that's in Ontario. It's a similar story across northern Ontario, where indigenous pot shops that dominated the marijuana business in the early days of legalization have watched their head start disappear with the opening of dozens of dispensaries in cities and towns. Shawana says they opened their store without the permission of the First Nation, but after a little pushback, they now have the blessing of the chief and council. Some still dismiss this kind of indigenous dispensary as illegal, while others say it's a gray market. A reputation Shawana says he feels when he's refused services by banks as well as credit and debit companies. Well, that's the problem in the U.S., is that all the marijuana we have is state legal, and there are states where it's not legal, and federally it's still very highly criminalized. So a lot of places will only take cash, and it's hard for them to have bank accounts and things like that. There are places that have moved past that, but that's a general problem in the United States. Conaleaf in Nipissing First Nation, gosh, that's an unfortunate name, calls itself the first legal cannabis dispensary on a reserve because it went through the provincial licensing system when it opened its February 2020. Wow, just in time for the pandemic. It also had to follow the rules set out by chief and council in its own local cannabis bylaw. That meant at one point not being allowed to sell cannabis gummies, drinks, and other edibles like other provincially regulated stores because the First Nation was concerned about the impact that could have on the community. So sometimes it's easier for them because they just go through the First Nation, but other times they're limited because the First Nation says, well, we don't want all those things. But they eventually convinced the council to change their position, and now they can sell stuff just like anyone else. So this article is talking about the benefits and also the drawbacks of opening a legal First Nations store, even if you're not following the overall Canadian rules. But I guess you don't have to, because if you're on First Nation territory, that's literally First Nation territory. But Glenn, as you described it, they can have a store in this mini mall that's now like First Nation mini mall. And rather than having everything wrapped the way that it is everywhere else in Canada, for the most part, they can just have a big jar of pot and you can smell it. So, of course, if you could go somewhere and sort of smell the pot, you'd probably go there rather than going somewhere where all the pot is wrapped up in plastic and you just have to make a guess.
And actually, they're vape cartridges, like the 1 gram vape cartridges, are half the price of the other dispensaries.
Is that because they're not paying some sort of tax?
I'm not sure what it is, or like the government has like a mandatory minimum on the pricing. And so like you have to sell it for this much because, you know, it's 93% THC and we can't have people just smoking that willy-nilly. I'm not actually sure why that is, but instead of it being $50 Canadian, it's like 25. I bought a syringe of hash oil from there for $20. It's fantastic. So much good stuff.
So why is this a hot take? Shouldn't this be a hot take that like this is great and I want more native dispensaries?
It is great. The hot take was the fact that, you know, sometimes politicians' decisions when they want money just really go south on them because
sorry, I misunderstood this. I thought you were complaining and you were like, us real Canadians, we're getting put out of business by these other places, but no, you love this store. And then you tweeted this. Yeah. I appreciate it. It's realleaf.ca, but it's real leaf with only one L. So REALEAF.ca.
Because it's like Relief. Like, you know, I got Relief because they call themselves like herbal remedies for body pains and aches and stuff. They kind of like are like, oh, we're alternative medicine, but we sell a lot of weed.
We're alternative medicine, but it's mostly just weed. So they're like a giant corporation that has, this is showing at least 7 dispensaries. Yeah.
7 now? The last time I was on the site, they had 4.
This one is pointing to
so 7. It's funny. The one on First Nations territory is called PP Kisses. Is PP Kisses, but it does sound like you're trying to say that you're kissing someone's PP, and I just find the name funny because PP I sounded out originally. And my buddy's like, "No, you're being racist. Give me that." And he's like, "Okay, no, that's actually what that says."
Yeah, some of these things are hard to pronounce, but if the pronunciation is PP Kisses, that does sound like kissing someone's PP. I'm not going to lie. Well, Glenn, I'm happy for you. I mean, we don't have national marijuana in the United States. I think at some point maybe we could, but don't hold your breath. It's just going to be state for a very long time, in my opinion. And so we don't even have this option. No, it's not true. I'd have to investigate. Can sovereign territories sell marijuana? My guess is yes, but I've never heard of this being an issue where they were outpricing everybody else. Actually, I have heard that you can buy cigarettes oftentimes on sovereign tribal territory, and they're a lot cheaper, and sometimes people will do that.
That's actually, I have something to say about that. In Canada, that's highly legal, and also it's like a $300 fine if you buy those cigarettes and you're not on that reserve that they came from, and they're like a third of the price
Oh,
of
okay.
regular
So that's
cigarettes.
how they try to do it, is that they can sell cigarettes for much cheaper, but you can only smoke them on that land.
Actually, you have to be like a resident of that land. They're not allowed to sell it outside anywhere. As
But
soon as
do
they sell it
they?
outside somewhere.
If you just show up, will
Oh
they sell
yeah.
to you?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they will. It's not them that's gonna get in trouble. It's you for having them.
Wow. But do they mark the packs? So if you buy like Marlboro or Camels from them, it says like First Nation Camel or something?
Oh, so like, remember we were talking about like the gross pictures on cigarette packs in Canada?
Yeah.
So I may or may not smoke illegal cigarettes in Canada, but anyway, all it says on my package is each year the equivalent of a small city dies from tobacco use with 0 pictures, and then
That's
it
because you get it
says
from the tribe.
First Nations territory. Yeah,
Yeah.
well, it's in Ontario. It's shipped. It's a multi-million-dollar black market business that the government hates.
Wait, time out. You didn't even have to go to a sovereign territory. You just got it shipped to you in the mail?
Oh yeah, there's like they have online dispensaries that sell their cigarettes, and so you can just order them online for $40 for 200 cigarettes.
So why does
And
anyone
those
buy
shipping-
cigarettes locally and not just have them shipped like you?
because every package is a $300 fine if the police ever find it on you.
But they don't check the
Every
mail. It's
single
just if you ever get arrested and they catch it on you, they'll
Oh,
charge you $300.
They track the mail now. Like there's shit getting held up in the mail office, and then people getting arrested for shipping it or trying to order
But
it.
you still
it's
just ship it?
there's just so many shipments they can't track it all.
Wow.
They're sending semi trucks full of cigarettes across the country.
Man, the indigenous people are really cornering the marijuana and tobacco sales. Is it also cheaper to buy alcohol from a native community?
Oh, they shouldn't deal in alcohol.
Well, I know that
It's bad.
stereotype that often is unfortunately true.
that's
They do have a
also-
drinking problem, but
yeah,
but my question is
no,
that is it cheaper there as well?
No, they stay away from alcohol. Just as a business, they don't do alcohol.
Oh, okay. So they've just decided not to do that. So they only do tobacco, and then
They
they
have
do.
casinos that have liquor licenses, but beyond that, they're not into alcohol. They do cigarettes,
Okay.
tobacco,
Stick to what you
real
know
estate.
best. Real estate,
Yeah,
cigarettes,
they-
tobacco, real estate.
No, but like the reserve bought a strip mall, and like they have like about 5 different businesses in there that are all leasing a spot, plus their like own their own businesses in there. So like
So
they're-
okay,
they're
so you've
making good money doing it.
described the
It's a
benefit
corporation.
of buying lands as a native group, and then having it determined to be new sovereign territory because they already have their tribal territory. This is addition to that.
Yeah, we
And
call
then
it an urban reserve.
urban reserve, and then they put a weed store there and they sell it for really cheap, and they have jars that you can smell. That's a benefit.
Like,
What are
it's
the
fantastic.
other stores that they would put in that mini mall? What are the other stores that benefit from that system?
Well, there's a gas station that if you're a treaty person's, you don't pay tax on your gas. Your gas is like 8 cents a liter cheaper.
So you go
Or,
there
like,
and you can buy gas, but you don't have like a native ID, so they charge you more than they would a native person.
It's just regular price. They don't charge any more or any less. It's just if you're a treaty member, it's like you're on sovereign land and you don't have to pay any tax while you're there.
Yeah. But so you
And
go
then you
there
have fried
and
chicken
you
plates, which is
just
ironic.
one second. So you go there and then you buy gas, and it's just like normal gas. There's no benefit for you. But if you're getting weed, you also could get gas. So maybe it's a good idea to have it there. But if someone else went there and they were a member of a tribal nation, they would get a cheaper price.
Yeah, by like 11% because there's no tax.
Okay. So it's a benefit for tribal members to go there, but for other people, it's just convenient. You're getting weed, might as well get gas. And then they have a fried chicken restaurant.
Yeah, Chester Chicken, actually.
And that just is there. There's no clear benefit of that being there.
Well, they do good business.
Yeah,
For
but it's
whatever
like,
reason.
it's not like
First Nations
marijuana.
people really love fried chicken.
Okay, so you have fried
Really love
chicken, you have gas
There's a
that's
gas
cheaper
station.
for members of the tribe, and then you have marijuana that's cheaper for everybody. And are those the three businesses?
Oh, there's also like an East Indian restaurant in there, which
Like
obviously
India?
is not. Yeah, like East Indian food.
So
Yeah,
that's
India.
just there. There's no benefit of that being there.
Well, I mean, like, they have like the trade school right across the street from it.
So it's a good
And-
location,
and
but there's no specific benefit of being on tribal land.
I don't think for them, other than that they're right across the street from 5,000 people that enjoy Indian food because they're also from India.
Okay, so just a good location. Okay, so this mini mall that's now sovereign territory, it has a mixture of everyone wins, marijuana that's cheaper, a mixture of some win, tribal people can get a little cheaper gas, but it's convenient for you to get gas there if you're getting marijuana, and then just an assortment of restaurants that have no specific benefit, but maybe it's a good location. And that's what they're doing with their urban reserve.
Yeah, so it just makes money for the reserve that goes back to the people of the reserve. So I mean, it's benefiting people because all of a sudden, when the reserve gives them their Christmas check, all reserves do that. Did you know that? At least in Canada. So,
Well,
like,
yeah, if you're a member, you're
reserve
supposed
itself
to
is
get
a
a cut of
corporation, and
the.
then you get a payout. And so for them, like this, it's called Sturgeon Lake Reserve. It's their land. They're profiting. So I mean, the people of the Sturgeon Lake Reserve obviously are all benefiting. I don't know how many members they have, but I think it's like 5,000-6,000 or something.
My question is, if you have restaurants and the city and the police have no jurisdiction, who's doing the health checks on the restaurants?
That's a good fucking question, Lee.
Maybe I wouldn't
don't
eat at those restaurants.
I haven't. I mean, like, someone gave me some chicken from the fried chicken place, but I mean, like, it's a chain restaurant, so I mean, like, they would be answering to corporate, so like, I assume their standards.
I'm
would
not gonna trust corporate on that. No. You've worked in a lot of food industry stuff, right? You should know
I
better than that,
worked
too.
in a corporate restaurant, and corporates real anal retentive and real dumb.
Yeah.
They have their own. They have their they have they contract out a certain company to come in. They're not the health inspector, but they do a health inspection and then like give you a grade on the cleanliness of your restaurant. Except the people, I swear to God, they have they've never worked in a restaurant, have no idea what they're doing. They're just looking at their freaking tablet, putting numbers in. I'm like, have you ever actually worked in a restaurant? Do you have any idea what you're doing?
Once again, I think the normal system is bad enough. If you remove whatever accountability there is from the normal system, I just assume it's going to be even worse. I would buy cheap weed from there. I'd be happy to get some gasoline. I feel like that would be my stop at the urban reserve, would just be the weed and the gasoline. I'm going to go home and maybe cook for myself. Okay, it's News Debate. I'm Lee. Let's do this. We are hitting 4 hours now. It's been a fun show. But originally, the reason I started the show at 1 p.m. Eastern was because I wanted to watch a little football this evening, and I'd still like to do that. So let's go around and get a healthy amount of, final thoughts from people. And also, I'll play a few more messages from Chris over on Stereo. I appreciate you leaving those messages. There's just so many of them. I won't be able to play them all, but I will play a few more. And then we'll just wrap up the show. And then I will schedule a show for tomorrow and maybe the next couple of days as well. December, it's sort of my month of content because my patreon.com/NEWZ debates campaign has just had a lot of success as of late, especially from Patrice, but also everybody else who's a supporter on Patreon, like Shannon and Apostate Nate and Better Vibes and Ron and Frankie J, who was with us earlier in the show but is now watching football, Lola, Mojo, Sneaky Elbow, Natasha, Nick, MC Funk, Bjorn, who was joining us earlier on the show on stereo. So I'm trying to do as much content as I can this month, and I've also unveiled the new voice message and texting system. So that's 323-250-0867. Hey, Lee, what was that number? Thanks for asking. 323-250-0867. Text messages and voice messages throughout the show as well as before the next show. And I will play them and read them when we get to our next show. Let's jump over to stereo, hear a few messages from Chris, and then we'll get some final thoughts from my Patreon supporters, and we will call it a day.
I like it. Do they also sell do they sell the marijuana and yeah? Do they also sell alcohol in the Native community? Oh no, they shouldn't sell alcohol. He says right out of the gate. I grew up drinking, smoking, and a bit of a debauchery with a bunch of natives around here. They're good people. They can be a rough bunch, 100%, 110%. They can be a rough bunch, but they're a good bunch. What was my point? I thought it was funny about the alcohol thing, but the other thing, I'll get back to it. There's not enough time.
Also, speaking of alcohol, it sounds like Chris maybe has had a few. Is anyone else picking up on that? I feel like I'm not condescending, Chris. Hey man, if you got it, smoke it. If you got it, drink it. Do your thing. It's a Sunday, right? It's God's day of rest. Let's all enjoy ourselves. But hot calling the kettle black there. Let's hear a little bit more from Chris, and then we'll wrap up over on stereo, or rather on Twitter Spaces.
Like, I live in a smaller rural area, and there's fucking like 15 dispensaries along the fucking coastline of the reserve. 4? Yeah, that's nothing. They're lighting it up around here like it's nothing. There's 5 or 6 dispensaries in the town I'm in, and it's a town of 7,000 people. It's a big fucking thanks for the free fucking money to start my business. Thanks for the free weed. Now I'll be able to hear, and we probably won't make it, but I got all this weed I could just push to the next one. Look, it's thanks for all the free money and all the dope. What was that fucking movie? The space movie? Thanks for all the fish. That Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So long and thanks for all the fish. It's kind of like what it was and all the fuck.
Yeah, Chris is either drunk or high, or maybe a little bit of A, a little bit of B. Chris is having a good time. What was that space fish movie? Was the Hitchhiker's Guide to the whale, to the shark, to the galaxy? Chris, it's great to have you on the show, man. It's great to have you. You've been listening the whole time. Really appreciate it. Hope you can join us over on Twitter Spaces sometime. Otherwise, we like having you on stereo. Okay, let's jump over here, and I'll just do this in the order that I have you guys lined up. Patrice, Shannon, Better Vibes, and Apostate Nates. We'll go in that order. Patrice, do you want to give us any final thoughts before we say goodbye?
Oh, it was a great show. It was nice to see some people that haven't been on for a while. And then the new listeners, that was great. And let's see, football's on, Yellowstone is on, and CNN Heroes is going to be on here soon.
Oh,
So
you're gonna watch the
I,
CNN Heroes ceremony?
well, maybe. I don't
I'm
know.
sorry.
I'll always flip
I don't mean to
around.
judge, but I've
I'm
I've
just
watched a
waiting
little
for
bit of
some.
those, and
Yeah,
they're
you're
like,
judging. Okay, Judge.
yeah, it's a little bit of judgment
Yeah,
there. But hey, how can I
Judge, and
judge Patrice? It's
yeah,
hard to judge Mrs. Santa Claus over here. I
yeah,
mean, you gifted
yeah.
Shannon a cane
Uh-huh.
with a sword in it. What's not to like? Patrice, it's always great to
I
have
want
you.
to
And
know if she. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't continue.
No, I'm good.
I
Have a good
I
evening,
refuse.
everybody.
All right.
Yeah, I
Well,
refuse.
Patrice, you enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I hope any of us could enjoy the rest of our Sunday as much as Chris. I feel like he's enjoying it a little bit more than we are, but we'll give it a try. And I think well the order
Lee, I'm
shift.
stoned to the moon, okay?
Yeah, let's go
He
with
ain't the only one
apostate
having
Nate.
fun. I
So
got enough in
apostate
me right
Nate,
now to make Snoop.
how
Yeah.
are you getting stoned? What's your method of choice right now?
My poison today was flavors probably targeted towards children, but they ended up in the mouth of a 41-year-old man. The flavor was mango. It was lovely. Just a standard edible, but the gumminess of it, what it does is it gives me like two kicks because it's so gummy that I get a lot of it into the salivary glands, but then the rest of it goes into the stomach and the liver processes it. So it's I'm feeling great, Lee. I am walking on sunshine.
And is your cat still coming on Monday tomorrow?
Wednesday is the day that the kitty's
Wednesday.
supposed to be here. Yep.
So Glenn was ordering cigarettes online from a First Nation sovereign territory group because he was getting them for very cheap, even though that's illegal. Apostate Nate is legally having a cat shipped from the Dakotas to him in Pennsylvania, and they had to get a special box because it was cold or something. It was this whole long drawn out process, but you got to figure it out. And that Russian blue, beautiful gray cat is going to arrive on Wednesday. So I'm looking forward to Apostate Nate to either live in the show sounds of that cat. So you got to like poke it and then unmute so we can hear it. Or you can call 323-250-0867 and leave a voice message while you're poking it to get a few meows. So I want to hear that beautiful cat. And then we're going to go.
If he's anything like my last cat, Lee, you're going to have to cut the cat's microphone.
Oh, yeah. Well, your last cat was almost 18 years old. So that was a little bit different. You have a cute little kitty now, right?
Yeah, this cute little kitty has only been on this planet since this September the 2nd.
So that's like 3.5 months, maybe?
Thereabout.
Yeah, okay. That's good. Yeah, so it's not too young. It's not too small. It'll obviously have some adjustment time, but yeah, no, that's gonna be nice. I want to see some pictures of that cat. I want to hear that cat. That's great. So looking forward to that. I'm sure your kids are looking forward to that. They were probably a little disappointed, as you pointed out, because the cat got delayed. But hey, it's all gravy at this point. Like, you can have that beautiful Russian blue cat, which is basically just a really nice
can't
gray
wait.
cat. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Then we'll go with we'll just go in the new order. It's shifted. We'll go with Shannon and then Better Vibes. Shannon, have you got all your gifts unpacked yet?
Oh yeah, I'm high with Nate now. I'm floating in the clouds on my bed. Yep.
So you guys
Everything's
have both
unpacked.
done gummies?
I did chocolate, but same process and some tincture under my tongue, but
Sorry, what did you put
same
under your
process.
tongue?
A tincture, TINCTURE.
What's that?
It's a high dose of THC that's in a dropper form, and you put it under your tongue like you would have decided, like a for it to dissolve it, and it enters your bloodstream instead of going through your liver.
Same
like-
thing I use, Shannon. The only difference is my tolerance is so high the dropper's useless now. I need a measuring cup.
Yeah, well, same thing. It's just
You
I
unscrew the drip and you just like drink the entire bottle. Yeah.
Yeah, they
Lee,
say to
that's
start with
that's what I do when I get a migraine. Lee, sorry, Shannon. That's exactly what I do when I get a migraine. However, I learned that you should do that with also a very strong dose of Imodium AD. But the pain-killing effects are great.
Is Imodium AD anti-diarrheal? What? Why do I remember commercials
Yes.
of that? Yeah. Okay. So you get the runs if you have too much of that stuff, is what you're saying?
I don't. Maybe Nate
Oh,
does.
I mean, yeah, like I'm just that's my way of saying I've learned my lesson.
Yeah. Shannon has much more fiber in her diet, so it's not a problem. So okay, so you had chocolate, and you also did some drops under your tongue. So you're having a good time right now, Shannon.
I am excellent.
Well,
I was looking for the honest trailer for you actually, Lee, for Beverly Hills Cop, because they do a great job.
Oh, the honest. If movie trailers were honest.
Green Junkies, yeah.
Plus, didn't another Beverly Hills Cop movie just come out?
Yeah. They got most of the cast back together, and it was Taggart's last movie too. He just died. The guy that plays Taggart on Beverly Hills Cop.
I have no idea, but okay, sorry, he passed away. Just makes me think that somewhere in heaven now they're playing Pearly Gates.
John Ashton. John Ashton.
May his memory live on. I'm sorry, I haven't seen the movie.
Yeah,
It
I guess
doesn't
he
mean
played
much
a
to me.
lot of stuff. That's what I know him from.
All right. Well, I got to say, despite the fact that you and Apostate Nate are having a good time right now, you don't sound like you're having a who's the fish movie? Chris sounds like he's
Fish
verbally
movie.
sounds like he's having a really good time. So you guys are, I don't know, maybe it's the Imodium AD, maybe it's the fiber in your diet. You guys, I couldn't tell. So thanks for letting me know. And we'll finish with Better Vibes. Great to have you on the show. It's been a while since we've had you live. We got your Twitter Spaces problems all figured out. What's on your mind before we say goodbye, Better Vibes?
It's just great to be back. Hope I get to catch more lives.
Yeah. You were telling me you got to make it work with your work schedule, which totally makes sense. And that's why I will, if anybody has any specific requests, like, hey, Lee, do a show this day at this time, or don't do a show this day at this time, just send me a message. Let me know. Generally, I think I like doing 5 p.m. or later. 5 p.m. Eastern is my normal time, as you guys might know. But I do realize that if I go later, we still seem to have the 5 p.m. Eastern crowd that shows up for those shows. Plus, we get some MC Funk, we get some Bjorn. Those guys usually only show up for the later shows. So I think I'll never go earlier than 5 p.m. during the week, even though I am taking a lot of extra time this month because I'm not sure who would show up for those. But if you say, hey, Lee, I could do like a 1 p.m. or a noon or a 2 or something, let me know. Reach out and let me know. But generally what I'm thinking now is during the week, no earlier than 5 p.m., maybe even like I've done recently, like at 8 p.m. Eastern show, because then we start getting some of those other people involved. And then during the weekends, just however I'm feeling, we could do late shows, 5 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Eastern, or even like today's 1 p.m. Eastern. I used to do some morning shows on Sunday with Ron and Mojo, and those were fun. But I think I could tell, despite the fact that those were fun, successful shows where we always discussed religion, that was a bit early for some people. So once again, my generic no earlier than 5 p.m. during the week, probably closer to 8 p.m. so that we can get some of those other people in. And on the weekend, a mixture of maybe around 1, maybe around 5, maybe around 8. If any of that does not sound great to you and you have some other ideas, just go ahead and reach out, because it's just basically I do a show and I kind of gauge how many people show up and I decide whether or not I should do it again. So let me know if any of that doesn't sound good. If you think that even sounds great, just let me know that you can make those times, because I'm going to keep doing a lot of shows this month and we might as well just have as many people join as humanly possible. Really appreciate everybody, my Patreon supporters, as well as everybody else. Follow me on twitter.com/NEWZDebate. If you like Rumble, rumble.com/user/NEWZDebate. If you like Twitch, twitch.tv/NEWZDebate. And of of course, I'm over on Stereo, but Stereo is sort of my secondary social audio platform. The best place to get involved is over on Twitter Spaces, but we accommodate people wherever they come. And if you're over on Rumble or Twitch during the live show, you can send me a text message. I can read it, I can respond to it, send you a message back. And of course, we always have the new voicemail system, 323-250-0867. Send text messages, leave voice messages at 323-250-0867. That's going to do it. Have a good rest of your Sunday. I'm going to catch some football, eat some delicious food, and maybe get a little high. Maybe I'll throw my hat in with Shannon, Apostate Nate, and Chris has got to be high or drunk, one or the other. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.